It can happen to anyone. Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly, so get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair at Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John?
Jeez.
John's got to use his big boy muscles.
I could have saved a lot of money instead of having to go to rehab for my wrist. I could have just used this.
We got a new mic arm.
This is like springs on a garage door.
For people not watching.
And Michael Severe's here. Hi, Michael.
For people not watching, what he said sounded kind of dirty. Just saying.
Classic.
Me?
Yeah, a little dirty.
Not
Horny
me?
John.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah. Horny John action.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. You're not as bad as the other Kelsey brother last night, because that was as dirty.
What did he say?
As you can be. You didn't see what Jason Kelsey
when was
tweeted out
Oh.
at the beginning of the game?
No.
So he said, what a start to the NFL season. You have one guy lost for a season, the other guy kicked out for spitting. And then he said the dirty line of, we all know that spitting is for losers. Talking about...
I mean, everyone knows you don't spit, you do the other thing.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
That was just unnecessary, Jason.
I know. Think about that. I mean, you got sponsors. You're on TV. You do shows.
5,000 retweets.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
And a bunch of those comments are, you are a dirty old man. You should go away. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they're living up to
I was like, whoa.
They're living up to the Kelsey name.
There you go. He probably was about
5.1 million views.
Isn't that crazy? And I think he was probably 5 or 6 beers.
Yeah, definitely. Because his previous tweet just minutes before that said, what in the bleep just happened? And it got 5.4 million views.
Yeah.
Imagine if you just tweeted, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
And it got 5 million people saw
but
it.
decorum's changed now. I mean, you can get away with all kinds of stuff.
I know you can. I know what era we're in. I know. We got midterms coming up. But all I'm saying is, is that might be a little too far for a guy who is...
I mean, it's a double entendre because, I mean, he's technically right.
ESPN?
It was a little too, it was a low-hanging fruit joke.
It
you know
was.
what I mean? Like, it was a bad joke.
Isn't he on ESPN?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're owned by Disney.
Yes.
Yes.
Same. Again, I didn't have a problem with it. But
No,
I'm
I
assuming
That's why I
that
watched
others
Bluey.
did.
Disney Plus. Shout out to Bluey.
We watched...
Joey's here too, by the way.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
Joey.
Joey.
Another Friday.
We once watched 6 straight seasons of Bluey. Now, they're only like 7 minutes long.
Yep.
6 straight seasons of Bluey because you know Wyatt, Asian Wyatt.
What is Bluey?
It's a TV show for kids, little kids. You know Wyatt, Asian Wyatt.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Asian Wyatt, we babysit his 2 girls occasionally. They come over, and they love Bluey. And we put Bluey on, and it just kept going. Because you know how Apple, you know how to...
just keep going.
Goes to the next
and
one,
it just
and the
kept
next one,
going.
and the next
And
one.
we
Yeah,
just
yeah.
sat there, and I know everything there is to know about Bluey now.
It's awesome.
It is great. It's a great show.
It's a great show.
Oh, is it?
It's really, really good. Yeah, they teach a lot of stuff. It reminds me a little bit, and I think since you didn't have kids a ways back, and I don't think you guys probably watched this having boys, but there was a TV show where there were these 2 rabbits. There was an older rabbit and a younger rabbit.
Oh, Max and Ruby.
Thank you. Max and Ruby. Max and
Ruby.
Ruby.
Oh, yeah.
It
We had
reminds me a little of Max and Ruby.
We had Max and Ruby on in our
Yeah,
house.
that reminds me a little bit of Max and Ruby.
I don't know about Max and Ruby.
Max and Ruby was pretty good. Talk a lot of
Ruby and
lessons.
Max.
Yeah,
A lot
a
of
lot of
lessons.
lessons.
Like Bluey, a lot of lessons.
Love lessons.
Yeah, good lessons.
Max was a little troublemaker.
As long as you didn't watch Caillou, which was the worst
I remember
show,
Caillou being on.
worst show on television.
I
Yeah,
think
that
I
little
know what
bald
this
kid.
is, but we didn't watch
It was
that
a little whiny kid with a former governor, now senator's kind of complexion. And that's what people would compare him to, but he would just whine. It was a little kid like you're thinking, you need a beating. That's all you got out of the show was
somebody
this
need to
child
spank the kid.
needs a beating.
Yeah. I don't know how Caillou acted. I just remember how Caillou looked, and I was like, I don't want to watch
You gotta
this
watch this
show.
guy. You gotta
What
watch
is
this guy.
interesting about this bald baby?
My phone ringtone used to be Wonder Pets for a long time.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
the Wonder
the
I
Pets.
remember
Wonder
that.
Pets. There's an animal in trouble. somewhere. Yes, that was my ringtone for many years.
Look at that. Michael knows something about everything.
Well,
You can tell when your kids were born
Yes.
or when you had children based on the shows that they watched and what you remember. You can tell
Yes.
because with my kids, well, especially with Sam, it was SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah.
That literally, actually, the very first episode of SpongeBob is on our wedding anniversary. It happened the same day.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Happened a
What
month.
age did he start watching that show? Because Damon Benning once ripped me for letting my kids watch SpongeBob.
Oh, wow.
How old was he when he first started watching SpongeBob?
Gosh.
My argument was most of the adult stuff goes over their heads.
Definitely. They don't know.
Oh,
yet.
yeah.
They don't know. We know they don't know.
Let's see. He was born in 2000. I'm guessing 2005.
So he was like 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
I never got into SpongeBob. It was kind of on
Really?
at the tail end of the time where I would watch those kind
Yeah.
of
That
shows.
show was
but I
out.
never cared about it.
That show hooked me because one of the very first episodes was the one where they do the Make Fun of Texas song,
Yeah.
which I
yeah.
then turned into a
Yeah.
bit for the
Yeah.
radio
You
station.
did, yeah.
And that was
Right.
that's when I was like, this show is acceptable.
I have some of
This
those
is
songs
fine.
saved in my SoundCloud. Some
Oh.
of your songs. Yeah. Saved in my SoundCloud.
Yeah.
With the greatest
in
of being
case.
Dorothy Lynch.
Oh yeah.
Yes, by far.
Sweet and
The-
Tangy.
That show premiered
Sweet
a month
and
before I
tangy.
was born. That's how old I am.
A month
SpongeBob?
before you were
Yeah.
born?
Yeah.
A month before John got married.
Good grief. My wedding's older than
99.
you.
99.
Wow.
Dang.
Summer of 99. Well, late spring.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll never forget the
1999.
episode where they have the colorful adjectives.
Yes.
That is the funniest episode of TV I think I've ever seen.
Oh, it was good. It was really
Rolling.
good.
Sailor's Mouth.
It's so funny. And then they like go behind the dumpster and it's written on a dumpster. Oh, it just is hilarious. You should watch it just so you can appreciate true comedy.
That's true comedy.
True
that
comedy.
episode of
Its
SpongeBob.
level of comedy is it's as good as like the best Archie Bunker.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Best, yes. Which I still put up as one of the
It's-
funniest shows ever.
That's
It's part of
amazing.
an era of one of the some of the best episodes, and that was like the first 5 seasons.
First 5 seasons.
Because now the show, not that great.
It's still
from-
on.
It's still on. They're
Is
still
this
making
a
new
crazy
episodes.
take? Is this common that people think that SpongeBob is one of the greatest comedies?
It's one of the greatest
Well,
animated shows.
I mean,
of all
it's-
time.
yeah,
Yeah, I would-
cartoons.
I
I
would
don't
say.
Yeah, by far. And it's an adult animated that's made for kids, but designed for us to get the jokes.
Yeah, I
Which
mean,
is the best kind.
Yeah.
it became pretty, pervasive. Like there was
It's
SpongeBob
ubiquitous.
stuff
Oh,
everywhere.
big time.
Yes.
Yeah,
Big
it's everywhere.
time. I
It's
mean, we
everywhere.
went to the movies. We did the whole
Yeah.
9 yards.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
on
We went to
all
the
time.
movies. We went to the movie where David Hasselhoff like swims with them on his chest
Yes.
and they
Oh,
get
yeah.
stuck in his hair. Yeah,
Yes.
that's hilarious. That's good stuff.
Oh, I think I do remember that. I might have seen
That
the
was
movie.
the original. That was
That's
the
the
original
original
movie,
SpongeBob
yeah.
movie.
Yeah, I might have gone to the movie just because all my friends were going. To.
Yeah.
But
Did
yeah, I
you
never
guys
really
watch
watched
Uncle Grandpa?
Uncle
Which was
Grandpa.
designed by someone who was high as a kite?
No.
No.
Uncle Grandpa, I remember watching it with my oldest because he loved it. And I was sitting there looking at him going, you have no appreciation for the level of weed you have to smoke to write this show. You don't even understand.
Was this an animated show?
Yes, it's an animated show, Uncle Grandpa. Yeah, it was. I said it's impossible to describe. I believe I'm not mistaken. They owned like a
Find out.
camping place that you would go to, and inside the camping place there was like a museum, and it was just all over the place. Yeah, Uncle Grandpa. It was on.
I mean, yeah, the animation alone looks like there's
Whoa.
something really weird's going
Yeah,
on.
who's that guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the voice of SpongeBob is one of the characters.
Mhm.
Uncle Grandpa is a magical uncle and grandpa to everyone. And he travels around the world in an RV on a mission to help people in any way they may need it.
Yeah. I was watching and thinking to myself, what the hell is going on?
Wow.
And then Miles watched it for about 2 years. Every time it was on, we watched it.
Uncle
Yeah,
Grandpa.
Uncle Grandpa. These are all worth just checking them out so you have it in your Rolodex. So one day
I like.
you end up on some kind of trivia show and the question comes up and you're like,
And you'll
I
know.
know the answer to
Yeah,
that.
you
Thank
only know what you
Michael."
know. You got to
Yeah.
start knowing more.
Because I mean,
You never
you're
know.
not there yet, but eventually your daughter will be watching.
Then we watching something
She'll
crazy.
graduate from Bluey at some point.
Yeah.
Oh,
watching
she is.
something
So she is watching something.
Oh yeah, she
Bluey.
loves. Well, I think she mostly just loves the lights
Yeah.
of the television.
Oh, of
at
course.
this point.
She
Yeah.
can't see more than 3 feet in front of her
But
currently.
she knows. No, she can now. She knows.
How
She
old is
knows.
she?
She knows
She's
what's
a year,
going on.
right?
She's 13 months.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's pretty close. Pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Did you think? And maybe
She
there-
can hear, like, she knows what stuff is. We were
Yeah.
going through a bunch of words the other day, and she would just like point it out. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
So she kind of knows what's going on.
Have you thought though, if given that she doesn't really comprehend what she's seeing, she just likes the lights. Have you considered maybe just turning it over to like Fox Business Channel or CNBC and
Not
find
those
out
kind of lights.
if she becomes like a
It's the same thing. It's like
a
she won't sit
financial
still.
genius?
She has a hard time sitting still, like when we go to change her. So I just turn on the TV and she's like, then we watch Bluey for an episode or
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh.
And I turn on a football game or a baseball game.
Yeah.
The exact same thing happens. She doesn't move. She just looks at the
It's
light.
locked in, huh?
Hmm.
We had Miles had one of his major surgeries when he was 6, and we were in the hospital, and they didn't have a DVD player in his room. All they had was a VHS player in his room, and the only thing that would calm him was Elmo. And so we would play Elmo until it ended. Then he would start screaming. Then I had to rewind Elmo and start again. He would stop screaming. This went on for about 36 hours.
Oh,
36 hours
Of
of
Elmo.
just watching
man.
Elmo.
How much Elmo?
and it was
on.
just Elmo. It wasn't
It was
Sesame
Elmo.
Street.
No, it was just Elmo's video. It was like a compilation of 4 Elmos. One was like potty.
Oh.
The other one was Elmo goes to daycare. I mean,
Did
it
you
was
at least try something else just to see?
I
This
turned
is
on.
before Elmo flew off
You
the
turn on
handle.
the Saints.
Oh yeah, no, actually, you know, I turned on. It's so funny. He fell asleep for like a half a second, and I turned on the next thing that I could find on the TV, and it was what was the show called where they were out there crabbing?
Crabbing.
They went out and got they crab, they die. Like, it's very
Deadliest
dangerous.
Catch.
Deadliest
Deadliest
catch.
Catch.
That show.
I don't know why Deadliest Catch is on, and he wakes up in the middle of me watching Deadliest Catch. All I was trying to do was get to sleep, and he starts screaming.
Yeah.
And I popped in
Elmo.
popped it in
Time to watch
again.
Elmo.
I popped it in again, and just so people don't think that Miles was a wussy, the way this thing worked was they cut the bones on both ends of your jaw, and they put
Oh.
screws in there,
Oh, man.
and then every 2 hours they come in and turn it a couple millimeters to make it separate so the bone grows back in between.
So basically, it
what
was
the
like a
screw-
torture
It's
chamber.
a torture device.
Yeah.
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 He had 4 of those all the way up until he was 16.
I mean, I
Oh my God.
as far as I'm concerned, he is allowed to scream.
yeah,
and
he's,
if
he's a
it
tough
me-
little fellow.
If
but
it
yeah.
meant that, having to endure Elmo for 36 hours.
I dealt with Elmo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no sleep, and it was just it was. But I look, props to Elmo.
Shout out Elmo.
Shout out to Elmo for saving us.
What
Now-
did Elmo do several months ago now that he got in trouble
Oh,
for?
he tweeted something.
Yeah.
Well, the
Oh,
original
someone hacked
guy
into the account.
Yeah.
who was the voice of Elmo got accused of some stuff. Right? They had a brother who was the voice of
Yeah.
Elmo who got in trouble, but then I believe he got exonerated. I think.
I don't
think
know.
he did, and so Elmo was cool again. And then Elmo did some.
I think Elmo did a tweet. Elmo
Yeah.
did a bad tweet.
but like you said that he was hacked, right?
Yeah,
That's what I would
that-
say.
that's what I heard.
That he was hacked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you
That's
on
when you got
Elmo's
hacked.
Twitter?
I got blocked by the algorithm or the subscription. What did he do? It was something bad.
What did Elmo do? I can't
It,
imagine
it-
what's
it was
coming up
something
right now.
related with the current events.
Yeah.
Made some comments regarding.
So Kevin Clash did resign back in 2012 because of some allegations. That was the big thing. Oh, 24. He goes, takes a turn as a therapist? No.
On Sunday, Elmo's X account was briefly hacked by an outside party. They had to release a statement about Elmo. On Sunday, Elmo's X account was released was hacked in spite of security measures. We strongly condemn the abhorrent anti-Semitic and racist content.
Yeah.
And the account has
Elmo.
since been secured. These posts in no way reflect the values. I thought they were going to say in no way reflect Elmo's actual thoughts or something.
Elmo does
apparently
not
there
think
were-
this way.
There were several accounts or several tweets that happened in quick succession. Derogatory comments about Trump and allegations about connections to Epstein.
Yikes.
One
Yeah.
of his posts called on Trump to release the files.
Nice.
It's amazing what we don't see. Like we are these 4 people in this room
Mhm.
are, I would say, pretty in touch, right? What's happening?
Sort of.
Twitter, for the most part, we're in touch, right?
Yeah.
Hey, but I didn't hear about it. I completely missed that.
I
Oh, the Elmo
definitely-
thing? No,
I
I
just
I missed the Elmo thing.
I heard
just
about
remem-
it somewhere.
I
I
missed
just
the Elmo
remember
thing.
it happened.
Well,
happening a while ago.
somebody retweeted. I remember that's how I saw it. Somebody retweeted his release the files tweet.
Chance.
And that's how I saw it.
Just chance.
Yeah.
Almost for sure. Chance.
Yeah, probably.
Oh man,
It probably
Poor Elmo.
was.
Elmo's the man.
It is amazing what we don't know about. I'm usually, I usually just walk amongst my life just oblivious to the things that are happening around.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the stuff I don't know.
Well, I know the algorithm doesn't work for everybody because my wife will be talking about something and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And
What
she
is
goes,
that?
it's everywhere all over my social media. I'm like, I have not even
Well, you
heard of
mute
that.
everything.
Well, I do have things muted, but I think it's also that. So, like, for example, music without any kind of a cappella music, cooking, and travel stuff. That's my TikTok / Instagram
Nice.
reels. All of those.
I like that.
Occasionally big booty women. Other than that, that's what's on there.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't get a lot of the other stuff. She gets so much political stuff
Oh,
Yeah.
that
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't ever see.
If you don't engage with it, then you won't
you
get
don't,
it.
you don't get it.
Yeah.
You don't get it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, see,
That's why I have a lot of 9/11 videos we talked about yesterday.
Oh,
Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
as soon
yep,
as you
that's
dive
in
into
that's
that.
in-
Yeah,
that's in my.
you know
feed
what?
today.
We were worried that my phone was going to pick up on that.
Yeah.
I went to YouTube last night during the rain delay.
Yeah.
And
Just to check
no-
on the
there
algo.
there was no,
That's
it was
good.
still the same stuff in my algorithm.
That's good.
Some food stuff, some racing
YouTube's
stuff.
a little different because it's longer form usually.
Yeah.
If you're flipping through videos like on the reels, it
No,
won't take long.
I
Most
clicked on
recent-
a tornado video recently, and now I got a lot of tornado stuff in
There
there.
you go.
Most
and-
recently, I got that Alaska guy showing his survival skills.
Bear Grylls?
No,
Bear Grylls?
the guy.
Bear Grylls.
No, the guy that was posting a lot of YouTube videos for the past 13 years. He just stepped down from.
Oh, I saw that
Oh,
day.
I did
Out-
read
yeah.
about that story that he stepped down. Yeah,
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 the
that day
outdoor
that
guy.
he quit YouTube and everyone like had a panic. All the
Yeah, it was like
Gen Zs had a panic
yeah, it's
attack.
like one of those videos you would watch trying to go to bed or something.
I had one. What did I do? Oh, you know the guy who got eaten by the Grizzlies, Grizzly Man? They made a movie out of it. He lived with the Grizzlies and eventually
Yeah.
he got killed by the Grizzlies.
Yes.
I watched a clip of the trailer of that because my wife, I was telling her about it.
Yeah.
I watched the trailer and then I started getting a bunch of those right in a row.
Today I'm going to have a bunch of videos about tunnels.
I love tunnels.
I'm getting a bunch of videos of
I
Thank
love
you for
tunnels.
saying that. Yeah,
I
we were
love
talking about tunnels for
Yeah.
a while on my show today.
Have you been to Europe? Have you been to the Channel?
No.
You got to go on the Channel.
I would love to go to Europe
You got to go on the Channel.
and go to the Channel.
Or if you don't want to go that far, go to Yosemite, which has a bunch of cool tunnels.
Yeah, I
like
love
right
tunnels.
through the mountain, baby.
I'm
That's
glad.
cool.
I'm so glad
Just
to hear
right
you
through the
say
mountain.
I love tunnels.
My wife's like all scared. I'm like, let's go in a tunnel.
That was basically the topic that we had today on the show. I don't know. It came up because something with a tunnel came up on the odd news. I was like, you know what? I just had this realization. I love tunnels.
I do. I love tunnels.
Tunnels are amazing.
You've been in New York. You've been in the
Oh, what a tunnel.
Those are great tunnels.
That tunnel,
The water on the side of
Yeah.
the wall.
Just think about it.
but it freaks.
Just
It
think
freaks.
about
It
it.
does freak you out a little
It doesn't. Well, it freaks me
You're
out
under
when
the ocean.
because the only time I've ever
Exactly.
gone through that tunnel is on a team bus, and it's narrow, and so
Yeah.
like
Oh,
you're
yeah.
sitting next to the window, and like the edge of the tunnel is like zipping
Yeah.
by like
Yeah.
this, and, like right in front of
Yeah,
your
you
face.
think so until you go to Yosemite where the sign says, if you don't stay to the right, you're going to lose your truck.
Yeah. You'll,
Yeah.
Like literally, if you don't move over, that part of the tunnel with the rock coming out,
It's
it's
going
going
to hit
to kill
you.
you.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's not movable.
It's not going. You're not running through that, baby.
Yeah.
It's been there forever.
Tunnels. Awesome.
Tunnels are awesome. I
Think
love
about how
them.
they blow through those mountains with the explosive they have to use.
It
to-
is amazing.
Over
when you think
I-70
about
over
how
the Colorado
I thought it was just
Rockies.
a real big black dude with a hammer. That's not how it is built. That's not how the tunnel's done. I read that book
They
when
should
I
put
was
a
a
sign
kid.
in front that says "Built by one
Built
big
by
black
one
dude."
big black dude with a hammer. That's who got it done.
Yeah, there was a night. We took the Pacific Coast Highway
Oh yeah,
up and down the
PCH, yeah.
coast, and
Be something.
and there was a tunnel there.
Great tunnels.
Yeah,
great tunnels.
really
Love
great. And then
tunnels.
you pop out the other side, and it's like nothing but blue. It's like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Well, people who were talking about tunnels, somebody brought up the Pittsburgh one where
Yes.
it
Yep.
opens up immediately to
the city.
downtown.
Down-
yeah,
It
that
just
is
like
cool.
hits you in
Yeah,
the face.
yeah.
It's a good tunnel.
I will say when we're driving down the PCH, I don't know if you ever had this feeling, but you cannot turn when you're driving and look at the ocean because it's so immense and it's kind of overwhelming. Like,
Yeah.
as a
Probably
passenger,
disorienting.
when you're driving, you look over at it and you're like, oh my God, it's so huge.
yeah,
And then like, I can't, I just, for me,
I had to. Yeah, I
just
was
couldn't.
like, I was telling Chris, just you enjoy
you
the view.
enjoy it. I'm not looking. yeah.
because you're like turning and you're
Exactly.
There's a lot of stuff.
a lot of twists and
stuff going
turns, a
around,
lot of twists and turns.
and you didn't want to hit somebody on the other side.
So I haven't talked to you this week, Connor. Can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
I'm not going to use a curse word with it. I will skip the curse word.
That's okay.
Thanks.
How come you
thanks,
people can't be
Jason
happy?
Kelsey.
How come people can't be happy?
Yeah, I'm gonna say you people. I'm gonna put all y'all in the same group. How come you people can't be happy?
Okay, what's he talking about?
I'm talking about Nebraska football. I'm talking about winning a game where they did a bunch of things that they hadn't been able to do previously. They did all of that.
Yeah.
And just because
I'm just underwhelmed.
some people out there thought they were going to win by more than they did, all of a sudden they're not happy. What is the deal?
I'm just underwhelmed. That's all. I don't feel whelmed. I wish I would. That's all.
I mean, that's fair. You can still win and not be whelmed or
Overwhelmed. I'm not overwhelmed.
You can just be whelmed.
I'm underwhelmed. I don't know. I thought it would be better than in
Did
the
you
first
really,
game.
though? Did you really think it would be better? Did you really think? Like when you ran it through your brain, you really thought that they were going to go out there and get a bunch of sacks with a brand new defensive line. They were going to go out there and run the hell out of the ball with two backs we've never seen before. They were going to go out there and they were going to, what did you think was going to happen? Be honest. What score did you pick?
I think I said 30-20.
10-point win. You thought they were going to score 30 points. How many times did they score 30 points last year?
I don't know.
2.
Twice.
Right?
So if they would have last year, if they would have scored 5 points for every finishing drive, they would have only lost 2 games, Illinois and Indiana.
You're right.
That's it. Yeah. All of a sudden, they were going to score 30 points?
Score 30 points against that. What's so hard about that? That doesn't seem that hard.
30
points.
Team, you know who's on
People
this team.
score 30 points all the time, Michael. Why can't Nebraska score
Not
30
Texas
points?
and Ohio
It's a
State.
luxury for some Big Ten teams.
They didn't come
That's
anywhere
true.
near it.
That's true.
I just think that
Yeah, but Dylan had more games of experience than those two quarterbacks did combined.
that is true. That is true. But he also
So
was
did
doing it with
Sorsby.
two brand new wide receivers as his primary receivers. He was also doing it rotating left tackles, which I've never seen in my 50 years of
Why
watching
did they do
football.
that?
I don't know why they did it, but they told us they were going to do it. What they
sh-
say?
And
They
they're
should
probably
have.
going to, and get ready. I
That's
think they're
what
going to
or
do it
means.
again this
He goes,
week.
That's what or means, doesn't it? That's what Hogerson said.
Yeah.
And they did it. And I don't know. I just thought that what we got is what we we're going to get. And at the end, they didn't go to overtime, which would have been glorious. I would have loved overtime.
Really?
You're a
yeah.
sicko.
Well, no, this is it. If you're going to break all of the things you haven't been able to do,
Oh,
why don't
okay.
you go after that one,
Yeah.
which is probably the worst of them all.
That is a bad one.
It's a bad one. It's the curse of Bo Pelini. From that moment on, you're not going to even get a first down.
Yeah.
Bo is from the movie, the Titans movie. Like, not another first down. That's what Bo's saying about overtime for
Yeah.
Nebraska.
Seriously, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a curse.
Yeah.
That's the
Imagine
only
the
thing it
big
could
red
be.
overreaction that night. The delayed big red overreaction.
If they would have lost in overtime,
Yes.
pain. It was already kind of a
Well,
painful
yeah,
big red overreaction.
I
Well, it was,
I-
'cause we
you guys
weren't even in the
couldn't hear,
stadium.
right? You
Yeah,
guys
but
couldn't hear and
but
stuff.
also it was just the mood was just kind of it's just kind of
I'm
tamped
always
down.
sad about that. I always go back to Northwestern 2012, right? I think it's 2012. Northwestern, Nebraska wins. They miss a field goal at the end of the game.
Mhm.
They would have won the game. I'm doing big red overreaction with Gary and everybody who calls. By the 6th call, I turn to Gary and I go, "They did win. Did I watch a different game?" And
Because they came back in that
they
game.
came back in the game, and then Northwestern, because of a penalty, gets a chance to field goal. They
Right,
missed the
but
field
they
goal.
missed it.
Nebraska wins, and everybody was like they were lost. You know,
Do you think
you don't get a lot of joy in life.
What if they win like 30-15 this week? What do you think the mood
I think
should
people
be?
would probably. I probably would be like, "That's a little sad."
I think people
that
would
would not be
That's a
good?
little sad.
They
You're
would
talking
go
about
inside of a
team-
tunnel and they would say, "Collapse on me."
Please. They've scored 39 points in their last 7 games against Power 4 teams. They've given up
Total.
They scored 39 points. They've given up 366. I think that's right. I got to look at my numbers, but that's close.
That's a lot.
That's close. It's really close. It was basically, it worked out to like 50-7 is what it worked out to. The only game that was close was they lost in 4 overtimes to Indiana in 2023, 29-27. If you take that out of the mix, it's like 301 to like 30.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
a 10-1 scoring ratio.
that's who the team is they're playing on Saturday.
Yes.
So bad.
They're named the Zips. They scored Zip
Against Wyoming.
against Wyoming. And by the way, I'll tell you, I had the +5.5, so I watched almost that whole thing from the press box.
Saying Daddy needs a touchdown.
4 minutes. I know
And
Daddy
you-
don't need
well,
a touchdown. Daddy did not need a touchdown.
Now listen,
Daddy needed
now-
3-0.
Now listen, Michael, if you're frustrated with people not looking, taking what they want, imagine, was Akron's probably going to score in this game.
Oh, I think
People
Yes.
will lose their minds over
They-
that.
well, they
will.
should have scored against Wyoming. They're at the 3.
Right.
They throw a pick and then they have another field goal attempt that they miss. So they had a chance to
I
score.
pick Akron to cover.
Yeah, everybody last night on Big Red Overreaction. everybody on Big Red Wrap on
Wrap.
Tuesday picked the cover. Everybody. Yeah. I had like
42-10, I think.
a lot of people have that.
I mean, if
42-10.
Akron covers, that's not a big deal.
It's 35 points almost, right?
Yeah.
35, 34 and a half.
Yeah. I mean, heck, if Nebraska gets to 35 points, they should stop the game and, give them a game ball or something.
Not to be like I was last week, but if you go look at what the computer has and the observation, all those are closer to the predictions. All of them are.
Sure.
They're all closer.
What do the computers say?
Well, one computer I think has 26-10.
Ah,
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's 26-10.
Wow.
And then there's another one. One of the sites I use is that PCF Toys.
Yeah.
They have their prediction, which based off their PFC, right?
Yeah,
Something
I
like
thought it was
PCF.
BCF Toys. Yeah,
BCF.
Yeah.
BCF
So
Toys.
you go through there and you go to their little comparison thing, the predictive matrix, and I believe they only had Nebraska winning by 30, I think.
I'll pull it up right now. They have Nebraska winning 37-10.
37-10. Here's
That's
one.
fine.
Here's one computer pick 24-15.6.
Ah, gross. Disgusting.
Do you know Nebraska on this is
I'm sorry, that's unacceptable.
is
Gross.
minus 9,900 on the money line?
It's 9,900.
On the money line.
So don't bet. Please do not do that.
That's crazy. But yeah, so, computers don't think Akron was, because Nebraska didn't have a great post-game win expectancy.
Well, no, it was
Right?
It was like
34,
36% or something
like that. So because of all of those numbers, and then looking back to last year,
Yeah.
remember Nebraska famously lost like 5 or 6 or whatever. So because of those numbers are still worked in there,
But they haven't factored in Akron, who has worse numbers.
Akron won 2 of their last 4, didn't they last year?
Oh, that's right, they did.
Yeah. So that's why I think.
Okay.
It'll be okay. I just want people to be happy.
I'm okay, Michael. I'm fine.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fine.
As long as you're
But
okay.
I would like them to be better this week.
Okay.
I don't know what that is until I see what it is.
No mistakes.
Just have to wait and
Not
see.
no mistakes.
Well,
No
think
mistakes.
about
Less
it, they-
mistakes.
Akron is the kind of team where you shouldn't make mistakes against.
But can you really say Nebraska made a lot of mistakes? I mean, when
Yeah.
we talk about traditional mistakes, turnovers and
Oh,
penalties,
you're talking about turnovers and
that
penalties
was
as well.
clean.
Yeah.
That was as clean a game as
Yeah.
we've seen out of them in a
Pretty
long
good.
time.
Well, apparently one penalty cost them 7 points because they can't, or 4 points because
Yeah.
they can't score from the 5.
Yeah, see, that was my point is, I thought the penalty was dumb too, but it was still first and goal from the 5.5-yard line.
Hey,
Yeah.
okay. So speaking of that, we stumbled upon this just a few minutes ago before we started the crossover. If Matt Rule would have said all throughout camp that they love, that he's asked about Elijah Pritchett, well, they say, yes, we love him. It's all checking out.
Mhm.
He's listed as number 1 at the depth chart. He
Mhm.
doesn't talk about the thing about how he false starts at practice or whatever.
Yeah.
He goes out there. He still does the false start on the 1-yard line.
Okay.
What's the reaction afterwards?
Well, people aren't yelling, why are you playing him, even though you know he's going to do that. They
Correct.
They wouldn't yell that, right? Yeah.
Correct.
But he's always honest. Remember the thing about Grant, where he said he'd been fumbling in practice and then he fumbles in the
He
Minnesota
fumbled in
game.
practice, yeah.
So that's just the way. You're not going to get anything different from that dude. That's just who he is.
Yeah.
He's going to be honest with you.
But they wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't be because he's the best one. He's the best guy that they have.
See,
At
I
that-
don't believe that. I know a lot of people do. I don't believe. I know Damon told me that I don't believe that. I think Gunner is your best option because I think Gunner's better in pass pro than Pritchard is.
Pritchard was not
got,
good at pass
He
pro.
got one-handed twice where the guy got his shoulder, moved him. One, he got around for a sack. The other one, he almost got a sack. I have a problem if you can't pass pro on a team who threw the ball 42 times.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a better run blocker, but he's not a better pass blocker.
No,
And I don't want to
And
see.
this is a 50-50 team right now.
I don't want to see 52-48, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was more pass than run.
I don't want to see Dylan get killed. I follow.
They can't afford that.
I followed a team
Anti-murder.
for a very long time in the Saints that started Andrus Pete, who was let's just say he was competent, but once or twice a game, he tried to get the quarterback killed.
Mhm.
I feel the same way about Pritchard. That once or twice a game, he's going to do something where your quarterback's going to be looking up in the sky going, what the hell just hit me? And I don't want to see that. I'd rather have a guy who I feel is maybe mediocre, but can protect my blind side than having a guy who maybe has a higher upside who can't pass pro. Again, I've been told by a lot of people who know football better than I that he should be the guy, but I don't believe.
Well, apparently he's not because Gatula's starting this week.
I think that's a punishment for jumping off sides.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, there's a punishment for jumping off. And again, if he didn't jump off sides, it still would have been a penalty. They were in a formation that
Illegal
was illegal.
formation.
You got 6 months, right? Dana's grinding. I'm putting together plays. I'm gonna be running some plays. You get first and goal. Oh, have you seen this T formation?
Yeah, it
Watch
looked great.
this.
It looked great, except for the fact that it was illegal.
Except that you had a wing guy who was off the line of scrimmage when you had 3 backs and a quarterback.
Pritchard was going to go get that guy though. He was gonna maul him. You know, he jumped forward.
By God, I'm not going to let this edge guide hit this dude over the middle.
I don't know.
Well,
what they were
he
doing.
actually kind of blocked in. He kind of down blocked a little bit.
And well, here's another question. I just thought of this. They had already used the Heine push
Yeah.
in this game.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just go out with the Heine push?
I don't know.
They were a little cute
I
at
don't
the goal.
Why show me a Maryland eye that you're not going to run out of anyway?
No, that's this way.
Oh, that's right. It was a T formation.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm thinking different.
All I
They did
wanted was a
Maryland
quarterback sneak.
Yeah, seriously. But that's
I had
what-
17-1 on him scoring the first touchdown.
on Dylan scoring?
Yes.
Oh.
So I was mad
but-
because he could have ran. I thought on third down he could have took off and ran. That little throw he tried to make to Harburg where it was kind of covered.
Yep.
I think he could have cut inside and ran it in, and Daddy would have got a touchdown, and Daddy would have been happy. So I was mad about that. Matter of fact, I'm sitting there in that press conference, and I thought, I really want to ask him if they thought about running the quarterback sneak, and if they didn't, why not?
Well, now you know, because now that we know what they've
Now
got
it's
with
gonna be
Heinrich,
Harburg, yeah.
if Dylan gets a rushing touchdown this year,
It
it's
has
going to
be a scramble.
It's going to be a scramble or
Yeah.
maybe a naked boot or something.
Yeah. I was
But-
very disappointed by that. They were going to run a sweep. That's what I think they were going to run. They were going to give it to the third back
okay.
on this side, and everybody
Oh,
was
out
going
of the
that
tee?
way.
Okay.
That's what I think they were going to do. That's what it looks like when I go back and I watch the replay of it. So
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
people hate the shotgun thing, but you could just put Harburg back there and have the lead blockers go and have them run zone, basically, or power just right behind those guys.
it's the
Well, but
Taysom Hill
they-
play. Taysom Hill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they did the Heine push, 3 times in that game?
At least twice.
And
if I
it worked,
remember,
and it worked every time.
Worked every
Yeah, they
time.
got
It
what
looked
they
better
needed.
than a tush push did last night.
I believe in quarterback power. I watched Taysom Hill do it.
Oh.
I'd say probably 9 out of 10 times he ran it, he got a first down. Easily. So I mean, I would run
You
that.
got the
I
blockers
would
there.
trust
They're
Harburg
the
with
same
that all
guy. They're
day.
the same guy.
Just do it. You're telegraphing it a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's going to work.
Hey,
Yeah,
and then
but you're telegraphing it until that point where he
jump passes
jump
it.
passes
Oh,
it.
He
Tebow.
Tebow's it. Yeah, he Tebow's it. Yeah.
I mean, we know Heinrich
Yeah.
can throw.
Yeah. Have you seen the counters now that the people are running to the tush push? Some of the offensive things?
Oh, yeah.
They're awesome.
Yeah,
They're
they
very
are.
creative.
The
between
Eagles
the
did
leg,
a couple last year.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Between the leg one.
Yes.
Yeah, that one with the pass. I saw another one in whoever Idaho was playing. I told you I watched a lot of football this past weekend with the extra day. Whoever Idaho was, I saw one in that too where they did a toss to the outside guy.
Yeah.
And he ran around. It was I love all
I mean,
the
you're pretty
counters
much
to it.
guaranteed if you get the first down, you're going to get like 10, 15, 20, like until somebody catches you because
Yeah.
everybody's piled up in the middle there.
Right.
Yeah, whoever Idaho
getting
played, I know
yards.
I'm betting against them this week. I don't remember who it is, but I remember I'm betting against that team next week. Because Idaho, they couldn't do anything. I'm like, this is Idaho. What are you doing?
Idaho's big thing this week is they're wearing the jerseys that say potato something.
Potato.
Like potato.
They are?
They're wearing different jerseys
saw
that say
something
something
the
about
other day.
potatoes on the uniforms
I think on the helmet.
or on maybe on the helmet.
Is it a potato on the helmet? Because I want that helmet. Oh, Washington State beat Idaho 13-10.
Nice.
I am so against Washington State this week.
Idaho didn't even
They've got
score
it-
until the 4th. in that
Yeah.
game.
They got fighting taters.
fighting taters.
Fighting taters on the side of their
I'm
helmet.
kind
you
of
go.
excited
yeah,
about
black helmet, all black uniforms.
Yeah, it's a black helmet
Oh, there
with
it is,
gold
yeah.
fighting
There
taters.
you go.
Fighting taters.
That's kind of cool. I'd get a shirt.
That was his nickname.
I
Tater
got the
salad.
Eastern Michigan shirt. I could get that one as well.
There you go. You wouldn't last a
I like
quarter in
that.
Ypsilanti.
Ypsilanti. Everybody's fine in Ypsilanti. There's never been a bad thing that ever happened, is there?
Yeah, other than
No,
it's
Ypsilanti.
too close to Ann Arbor,
That is true.
you know, and they have a water tower shaped like a penis.
Do you have that same feeling that I have about Michigan? How much I hate Michigan? Do you have a Michigan
Oh, I
hate?
hate Michigan.
I hate Michigan.
I hate Michigan. They're the
this
worst.
whole talk about Ohio State and all that. I hate Michigan.
I know.
I hated Michigan my whole life.
I keep trying to say it to the person who sits in your seat every day.
Try to tell him.
How do you like them?
How do you like them? Exactly. We invented football. Actually, you didn't.
No.
Our helmets are cool. I don't care. You won one national championship since integration.
The
Who
helmets
cares?
are not very cool, by the way.
No, they're
No,
not.
I don't
well,
care about
the
the
word
Weren't they
helmets.
stolen? Weren't they
Whatever.
stolen from
Delaware.
Delaware. Yeah.
Isn't that their deal first?
Imagine copying off Delaware.
Exactly. Yeah. Whatever. They
Just
play. They're a
join
better
the
hockey
FBS.
team than our football team.
I do not like them, but I do think they're going to win against Oklahoma tomorrow.
Ooh, really? I'm on the other side of that.
Ooh, no.
I'm on the other side of that. Ooh. Oklahoma's
know.
going to put a lot of pressure on that freshman quarterback. Hostile environment. You going in there with a freshman quarterback?
I liked him against, I know they were playing
New Mexico.
Yeah.
He was fine.
Yeah.
New Mexico, yeah.
They didn't run him. He's going to run it a little bit.
He did run in high school. Not a real runner though. He's more of a pocket passer.
Yeah,
He's not
because he only ran it twice against New Mexico.
minus 5 yards. Something
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
nothing. It was
Yeah.
So
So I don't.
run him a little bit.
Huh. We'll see. I felt Oklahoma since the offseason. I thought that Oklahoma's going to win that
People
game.
have been buying Oklahoma.
Yeah, I do. I like some of the moves they've made in the portal.
I thought Mateer looked great last
I think that your back's up against the wall, obviously, as a coaching staff. You gotta
They
get it
definitely
done.
are that.
I do
Yes.
like Mateer a lot. Yeah, I don't. We'll see.
We
what
will.
happens. That's the only good game, right? The only game between two ranked teams.
Yep. That's it. Now there's some others. I mean, Iowa State's
That's
going to
a
be
good game,
interesting,
yeah.
and
Missouri,
Duke,
Kansas is going to be fun.
Missouri, Kansas is going to be fun, and Duke
and Illinois.
Can we all in this room right here pledge to not call it the border war, because there is no border between Missouri and Kansas. Unless I have to go in my drawer upstairs and get out my passport, there is no border. It's a state line. It's not a border. It's not a
Classic
border
Michael,
war.
getting
We're not
everybody
going
on
to
a
Canada. We're not
technicality.
going to Mexico. It's a state line. It's been frustrating me for 50 years.
Really?
Yes, it's not a border.
What do you want to call it? The state line
It's a state
war?
line. If you want to call it something, it's a state line.
Imagine
It's not a
being
border.
pulled over in the cornfield of Kansas.
Hey, not.
Look
Call
like
it
you're
something
from
else.
Missouri. Can you double check with that?
Get a war. Get a different name for it. And by the way, they can't call it war anymore. They're calling it
No, border showdown.
border showdown
Yes,
or something. It's
border
not a
showdown.
border.
That's stupid.
Ridiculous.
A border
Yeah, I thought your
is
thing
a
was gonna be
line
against
or an
war.
edge that separates one area from another, most commonly referring to the line between countries, states, or cities.
Not
Michael, it
states.
very much
I
does
only
that.
thought they
Not-
call-
if you look on pull up your passport and see what a border is, it's on your passport.
I thought they would call it just because they would play in Kansas City in the past. They had those few games near the end of Missouri's time in the Big 12 where they played at Arrowhead Stadium.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think the last 4 or 5 were
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I was thinking that was the reason
They
why
hadn't played in
called it.
Columbia since 06.
They're the border war because of the Civil War.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, I was just making sure you're young.
Oh, yeah. I know that.
I mean,
I
state
went
line
to school.
state line war doesn't roll off the tongue like
State
border war.
line war.
No,
Long-
it's
put my
not nearly as
passport
cool,
out.
Michael.
Yeah, I don't like it.
They got that's some real hate there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's some legit
Well,
hate.
you remember how it was the last 5 or 6 years that Missouri and Nebraska were at a conference together. How bad that was.
Mhm.
We had this one guy named AJ the Hater. Do you know AJ the Hater?
I've heard the name.
AJ the Hater was a real true hater of Nebraska, and it got heated a couple times
Yes,
when
it
he
did.
called. Yeah, he hated like Nebraska with a passion, and it was good stuff. And Missouri obviously had beaten Nebraska, and
I think we underestimate that. Could have been the rivalry that carried us into today.
I agree.
If the two teams had stayed in the Big 12, because it used to be way back when, it used to be a great rivalry until Nebraska and Oklahoma became a thing.
Yeah.
And it kind of was on the back burner.
And they got a
because
trophy,
They're the victory bell.
the victory
The
bell,
bell.
the victory bell.
Yep.
I
But
love the
that,
victory
but
bell.
that game, I mean, when I was a kid, the Nebraska-Missouri game featured more dirty plays and hard hits than any other game on the schedule.
Missouri might be one of the easiest teams in the old Big 12 North. I mean, probably the easiest school to hate out of all of them.
I mean, there's a lot that still think it's Colorado. but
Yeah, and
Missouri
that came
yes.
after, right? So I went to a Big Red Breakfast years ago. It was the anniversary of the 78 game.
Mhm.
And on the front page of the paper, it said, "Your generation's misery." And I went to that Big Red Breakfast and I asked people, and everybody said that was the worst loss that they had as a Nebraska fan when they
Mhm.
lost that game in 78 after beating Oklahoma.
Yep.
They said it was devastating to their whole family.
That is the last time I saw my father visibly upset at a Nebraska game.
Wow.
He was so mad because right after that was the
They
announcement
made the
that
announcement they'd go back to
they're
Orange
going to
Bowl.
go back to the Orange Bowl and play Oklahoma. And I
again.
still remember
Yeah.
sitting in front of the TV watching Battle of the Network Stars. Dad's pounding
great
his
show.
fist and all this. And I'm asking Mom, I said, "Dad, what's wrong with Dad?"
Yeah.
And all she said was, "His team lost."
Yeah.
To Missouri.
To Missouri. And they hadn't lost in Missouri in a
No,
while.
they had
lost in
no.
76. They lost in 76, right?
Yeah.
76. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It
But
was
then after 78, they didn't
After
lose
78,
again
they
until
didn't lose it.
2002?
2001.
One. Okay.
No.
No, it can't be
2003.
1.
2003.
Okay, 2003. Okay. Yeah.
2003.
That's a hell of a long time.
It,
Yeah.
Very
Nebraska, when
long.
I moved here, that was all of them. They hadn't lost to Kansas
yeah.
since
They
68.
lost to any of
Kansas in 68,
Yeah.
Oklahoma State since 60.
Yeah. They've been to a
Co-
bowl for 36 straight
them. Yeah.
years.
All the streaks.
all the streaks
the
in it.
streaks,
Kansas
yeah.
State
Kansas
till
oh,
60 since 68.
Yeah. Oh,
They all came to an
it is
end.
incredible.
Solid streaks. The only one left.
All right. Well, there's your crossover. Powered
Bye.
by Everlevel Concrete.
Connor, have
Fair
a
in
wonderful
Omaha.
weekend.
You too.
You have a lot of work to do. You're always working.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
stuff this weekend.
He's getting the kids drunk at the Husker Nation.
Oh, you
Pavilion.
are hosting the Husker Nation.
That's
Yes, I
right.
heard that
Come on by. hang out with my friend, or you could go hang out with John and Michael at the
I don't
tailgate.
think there was ever a point on your podcast where Mitch was more proud of you than when you told him
He
that
was
you were
very
hosting that.
excited.
He was so excited.
He was very
like
excited.
a kid when Bluey came on.
Why was he so excited?
I don't know, I just-
Doesn't
you're
he
doing
know what
that?
you do?
I just dumped it on him. I was like, "Yeah, I'm doing that." And he was like,
"You're doing that? Whoa!"
All right. Well, you'll see Connor there, and remember, it's free of charge.
People forget.
You can, and you don't even have to have a ticket to the game.
You do have to pay for beer.
Well, yeah, you got to pay $5 for the beer.
That's it?
I think so.
Yeah, the Bud Light cans are like $5.
Oh, well, okay. It's half the price in the stadium.
Yes, it is. It
true.
is.
Yeah.
All right, we're
All right,
back
so you got
because it is a Friday, and you know what that means.
What?
1620 The Zone. Michael Severe, what is today?
Friday.
And what is it?
So Football Friday.
It's a great night for football.
University of Nebraska football is on the air.
10 on the play clock. Raiola takes a snap. Fade route. Back run to the end zone. 50-50 ball. Was it caught? Touchdown, Huskers. Endo Beren has plenty of leg. It is good. Right down center. Kyle Kuneta with a big hit from deep. 51 away. Holy moly!
Second, third, and fourth effort, and Macavecca scores.
Toss outside. Keziah Holmes dives for the pylon. Far sideline. He's in. Keziah with a big time play. Touchdown Florida State. Touchdown FSU.
Touchdown, LA! It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a black man of football tonight.
Arch Manning cannot get into the end zone, and Ohio State will take over.
In this prime time zone.
C.J. Daniels.
Tremendous one-handed catch.
Jalen Hurts. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Sorsby leads in, takes a snap, back pedals the throw, blitz picked up. Harris went out deep right sideline, 50-50 ball, it's picked off! The black shirts with the dagger, Malcolm Hartzog sails the night for a big win.
Now does it feel like football season? Everybody is back. The high schools are playing, the colleges have been playing, the pros were playing last night, and the Friday theme returns. Friday night
You're missing
is a great night for football.
one thing
What are we missing?
from the very end of this. You should have played the drop. This is Brazil from Friday night. I've been watching a lot of Fast and Furious movies, but this is Brazil. Is what I wanted an end to that.
Well, it is a Friday. It is a Grum. It is a One Beer Friday presented by our good friends at Cross Strain Brewing. That's Michael Severe. Josh is off in Evanston, Illinois to watch some bad Northwestern football tonight.
He's spotting.
He's spotting. The game that few people will watch because everyone else will be watching the Chiefs and the Chargers.
Yeah,
Unless YouTube crashes.
I will tell you, and this is, I think, common for a lot of people, is most of us have multiple TVs.
I understand that.
So we'll be watching as much as we possibly can.
But you're gonna soil it with Northwestern football?
Well, some
Maryland.
people might have money.
Maryland.
Okay, that's a good point.
I mean, if somebody maybe has money on it, or they care about the Big Ten and they want to look at a team that Nebraska's gonna be playing in about a month and a half, maybe that's it.
Sure.
Maybe that's why.
Okay.
Maybe.
I'll buy that.
Yeah.
All I know is I had that Tulane game on for way too long. That was a hard watch.
That was a very hard watch.
Unless you're a Tulane fan, and it was a good watch.
Thought Preston Stone would play better. I was really surprised with the way he played. I mean, 4 interceptions is one thing, but not being able to convert on third downs, that was not the Preston Stone I remember from 2023 SMU.
Well, it is One Beer Friday. We're going to do a lot of different things today as we really kick off our Friday football season, as we get you our Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather
Heard of those guys.
Guard. The good folks at John Higgins Weather Guard who will fix your roof, and they will do it professionally and fairly.
I always look forward to reading this. Sometimes in the car and I'm just listening on the radio and I then pull up the YouTube on my phone. so I could see the Grum down.
Unfortunately, there it is. It just popped in.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Cowboy hopes upset. Hopes dropped by CD.
He was
good until he wasn't.
Well, if he already dropped 3, how about throwing it to the other side?
Well,
Try somebody else.
Maybe
he dropped.
Maybe Jack was remembering back to that Packer playoff game when there was a lot of pouting going on, and
he was looking for Darnell Savage for that pick 6.
All I know is if I'm a quarterback and you drop 3 on me, I'm not throwing you a 4th. I'm not throwing you a 4th. You got a big time receiver on the other side now. You have somebody else to go to.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
We got ourselves a Pepe Le Pew special. We'll explain what that is.
Stinky?
Yeah, we'll explain. Chiefs and Chargers will be getting a Brazilian
That's
tonight.
horrible. Look at you. You're horrible.
Are they not in Brazil?
They're not getting a Brazilian, I don't think. God, that would be so painful. Could you imagine that?
I'm very triggered by this game tonight.
Why?
Because the Chiefs get their own end zone. The Packers did not get one last season when they were playing the Eagles.
Are you really complaining about what was painted on the field?
Well, don't forget, they also really damaged your season because the field was so bad.
Yeah,
your boy tore up a
That's
hamstring.
true.
Yeah, that's true.
Be thankful you're not there.
Yeah, I don't want to be there.
I'm thankful we're not back at that game.
Speaking of the Packers, they got the Lions this week. The Bills have the Ravens. We'll take a look at some week 1 games. There's some gems this week.
There's some hard games to pick.
This is a big, as in B1G, weekend potential. You got Michigan and Oklahoma.
Yep.
You've got Illinois at Duke, and that's not a basketball game. And you have Iowa State. There's a chance for the Big Ten to make a big statement this week.
Well, I told you
with 3 games on the road.
With you earlier, there's certain games where the public's on everybody, but the sharps are on the other. That Duke Illinois game is the one. Everybody that's a sharp is on Duke, plus the 3.
Well, we'll talk more about that. We got our keys to the game coming up. Predictions.
Yeah.
Featuring both Joey and Michael.
Yay.
Kent's movie club this week is The Martian.
Oh, one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time.
I was able to watch the movie a couple days ago. I had problems getting onto HBO Max.
Really?
Well, I searched for it on HBO Max and did not pop up. So I went on the Hulu. Same thing. So I spent $4 on my mom's Amazon account to watch it.
Oh, you spent money on it.
Well, it's a great movie, though.
It was worth it. It was worth
movie.
it. It was a good watch on Wednesday.
And a little different change for Fridays during football season. Instead of Jack Mitchell coming on as he normally does about now, he's going to join us, and we're going to attempt. This is the same program that had problems with the phones yesterday. We're going to attempt to do a simulcast, his show going on in Lincoln, our show going on here, starting at 5:30, our Super Friends Roundtable.
And you will form of a water spout. And I will form of an elephant.
So that's all coming up on the Grum Down, presented by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
That's a good Grum Down.
Yeah, it's a good day.
Except for that whole joke about the Brazilian. No. This is
You don't think Travis will get a Brazilian before his wedding?
I don't hope not. No. You know how much that hurts?
He's a football player. He's been through a lot.
Look, there's pain and there's. Have you ever had? I had this.
He doesn't
done.
want to look nice for
You
his
ever have
lady?
a nose wax?
No.
So
I haven't had
that-
anything waxed.
I had that done. It was one of those things. My wife gave me a $100 gift certificate to go to this place, and I got a straight shave, and I got then, and I had enough money left over for the wax because I use the machine normally in there. I like to trim my nose.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, if I do this, you won't have to trim your nose for a good month. And I went, oh, let's do it.
And
I saw my ancestors. I ain't lying. I was like, oh my God, that's your nose. Imagine if it was other places that were a little more tender.
Well, we'll find out. We do have a poll up on our JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. It's our Make Me a Winner, Bobby. What do you think happens? Nebraska favored by 34.5. Does Nebraska cover? Does Nebraska win but no cover? Or does Akron pull the outright upset? Go vote now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. So far, 56% say win but no cover. And there's 5.6 Iowa fans out there picking an Akron upset. If that happens, good luck, Josh and Matt.
Oh, it's Josh and Matt. Okay.
Good luck, Josh and Matt. It'll be all on you.
I'm not in tomorrow night.
Oh, you're not. That's right, because you're doing Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be doing Sunday. I told Odson, hey,
Good for you.
Yeah, I told Odson if there's a Husker night game, I'm not doing the big red overreaction if I'm doing severe or if it's the other way around.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're coming back with look back at last night, Cowboys and Eagles. Some folks were a little surprised by the result. Others maybe not so much. And why is this weekend the start of Pepe Le Pew specials?
Is this you being negative about football again?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just
Well,
checking.
I mean, it's not the most positive thing in the world
Okay.
if you like competitive football. We like all kinds of football here on 1620 The Zone. If you don't get enough of us today, you'll get more of us tomorrow, 4 o'clock, 16:20. The pregame will be at Memorial Stadium 2.5 hours before kickoff. So whatever we don't get out today, we'll save it and use it tomorrow.
Is that tailgate, the blower party thing, is it open to the public?
No. Private
Okay.
function. But remember, you can log into 1620thezone.com. We'll be giving away tickets to each week's tailgate throughout the season.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's a great time. You can find out more at blurparties.com. So last night, the NFL season got off. Eagles win.
Yep.
Hold on. Thank God. This is why I don't bet, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm a guy, when I tend to bet the total, I'm an over guy. I love taking the over.
Really? I'm just
Most of the
opposite.
time.
I'm
Most
just
of the
opposite.
time.
I'm an under guy.
I would have taken the over on this game, and I would have felt so good at halftime. I
Yep.
only needed 6 more points.
Yep.
And it didn't happen.
It did not happen.
It did not happen. But as I'm watching that game last night, I was not surprised that Dallas kept it close.
I wasn't.
I was not surprised, even without Jalen Carter, that Dallas was able to move the ball. I think Dallas has a good offense.
They do. Yeah.
And with the running game, all they needed was a competent running game. They don't need a great running game. When they were really cooking a few years ago in oh my God, what's his name? Ohio State, the running back. God, what the hell was his name? Feed me, whatever his name is. That's when that offense was really cooking. They had that last night. And I thought, outside of the drops, late in the game,
Needed better tight end play. They should have better play.
Yeah.
The tight end makes half the catches that hits his hands. They probably win that game.
Yeah. Why can't I think of that guy's
Ezekiel
name?
Elliott.
Thank you. Jeez. Why didn't you help me?
I don't do that.
Why?
I believe now, because we Google stuff so much, that we should just keep going until we think of it. I think it helps our brains. I read that in a New York Times article. So now I won't look it up. I just keep going through it until I get it now.
I don't know why I was stumbling with it.
That's my thing now.
But with Philadelphia's defense, you got to remember, these guys lost a lot of dudes last year, and I didn't think enough people made enough of a point about that. They lost a lot of guys off that defense.
Well, they lost the guy that easily could have been the MVP defensively for them in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Right? I mean, all the pass rush they got gone. They lost one of their best corners. They lost one of their best safeties.
Yeah. Slay's gone.
Yeah.
So it didn't surprise me to see Dallas move up and down the field, especially in the first half.
Yeah.
Second half, I give both teams credit. They did a heck of a job. I thought one of the things they tried to use to justify trading Micah was, we need to be better run defense. Second half, that run defense was as good as I've seen it.
Yeah, he played well.
As good as I've seen it. Now, I thought Philadelphia was a little predictable, which they can get sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's why if you can stop Saquon, you can stop that offense. And they had stopped that offense because Saquon wasn't getting his yards.
It was the
in the
problem
second
is
half.
that you didn't target one of the best 5 receivers in football until the last drive, second to last play.
The second to last play.
Yeah. I mean, you got to get – this is what I talked about with Raiola last year. There's open, and there's A.J. Brown open.
Mm-hmm.
There's open, and there's a 6'4" wide receiver open. You got to throw it to him and let him make the play.
Right.
To not go to him, not even have a target to that point.
Yeah, he didn't have a single target.
Not even a target. It made no sense. It just didn't. And when they finally needed one, they went to him and they got it. But that's a different game, I think, if they target him a few times. But I don't know.
I mean, they were willing to go downfield, and they threw it a couple of times downfield. Hit a big play to the third receiver. I can't remember his name.
Dotson, yeah.
Dotson. Hit the third, hit that one. But that was about the only time they really tried a deep shot.
Yeah, I remember they tried one over to the sideline, and I think that was to Smith. I think they had one to Smith, but yeah, they didn't. But they've never been, unless it's A.J. Brown, and of course Smith in the Super Bowl, they don't do that. They are really a intermediate team. They run the ball, they run the quarterback, they throw the ball to Goddard. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Which is efficient. I mean, you win games that way, obviously.
And they won last night.
Yeah.
I mean, don't look the gift horse in the mouth. They won the game last night. But I came away more confident about my pick. Yesterday we had our NFL picks. I picked the Cowboys second in the division.
Oh, I've been telling Josh that. Washington's going to take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I think the Giants might win this week in an upset, I think the Giants are going to be what they are, 6 and 7 wins. Why can't the Cowboys get to 9 wins?
Oh, they can easily get to 9
Yeah,
wins.
I think
if they play like they did last night, they can get to 9 wins.
Okay, you think they get to 10?
I haven't really looked at their schedule.
It's not that hard if you look at it overall.
Well, it'd be a
third place schedule, right?
Third place schedule. And what's the crossover games this year? That's AFC West.
Yeah.
See, that's where it might stumble. But
And then
yeah,
they're
I think they can get to 9.
They're playing the
I think-
NFC
I think-
North too.
I think if they catch a couple teams off, I think they can get to 10.
Yeah, I thought Philly, Dallas is the way that ends up in the East. I thought going into it. The 2 bets that I hit yesterday, the ones I thought were predictable.
Mhm.
It's funny because 2 touchdowns by Jalen was Hurts was 330 plus 330
For 2 touchdowns.
for 2 touchdowns plus 330,
And you hit that in the first quarter.
and neither one of them were a tush push.
No.
That's what I thought I'd be
Both
getting,
scrambles.
and I got no tush push. And the other one was the 8.5, betting Dallas plus the 8.5.
Yeah.
But all the touchdown things that I did, the like every time touchdown, anytime touchdown, that stuff didn't go.
No.
Because I had Goddard, I had AJ Brown, I had Ferguson for Dallas. None of those went through.
Yeah. Of course, the game started so weird because of the Jalen Carter spitting incident.
That's so great. And the injury to first play of the
well,
game.
the injury, and which had it not been for the injury, the spitting incident
Never
would
happened.
not have happened
Yeah.
because you had guys mingling around while they're waiting for the, Van Sumeren to get, taken back to the locker room.
Is he justified for doing the spitting because he got spit at first?
Well, that's what's alleged.
But
But
I mean, you see it on video. He spits down at the floor.
He spits
and
down.
He goes, that's to me. He goes, that's to me. And that's when he steps up closer.
Right.
Because he had spit. And I don't know what he said, but he said something. Then he did the spit thing at the ground. And that's when he goes, to me? And he walks up to him. And then he spits. Like, it is the face of the body.
But what do they always say? It's
Second
always
person.
It's always the second
Yeah.
person. It's the
Yeah.
guy who retaliates. There, you could have. And I'm not a big conspiracy guy. You could almost talk me into based on the way he reacted. Because normally in a spot like that, first game of the year, you're jacked to the gills. You are ready to go. He gets thrown out of the game, and it was like, just saunter back to the locker room.
I think he
didn't
was-
show any emotion at all. You could almost convince me that he did it on purpose to not play because he was injured or you could almost convince me.
So I think that, first of all, you know how he is. He's a little bit of a strange bird.
Yeah.
Right? This is a guy who can't drive under 90 miles an hour. He's a little bit strange dude. But I think the idea behind that is that he realized he got. Like you do in school, where someone throws something at you, you grab, you throw it back at them, you get busted. He realized he got. He's like, man, he got me. He spit at me, I spit back at him, I get kicked out. No one sees him spitting. I think that was a look like, oh, I can't believe I just got. That's what I thought was. That's why he was kind of smiling. Like, I can't believe that just happened to me. How stupid am I for to let that guy to sucker me into that?
I hope this is as far as it goes. I mean, there's talk
They said
that
it could be another game.
that the league. Why?
I don't think they should be. It's not like he didn't spit it. He didn't JJ in the face. He didn't do the JJ Stokes in the face. It was on his jersey.
It wasn't that malicious. Kind of similar to that taunting rule. And apparently that's something we got to watch for this year.
Yeah,
Eagles got hit for a taunting because after that tackle that was made at the on the edge.
And he flexes.
He walked up, he flexes, but he doesn't do the whole step over thing.
Yeah, he did not. That's what I was trying to tell my wife. Usually, if you're standing right over them, or step over
and
them,
you step over
but
them.
he was a good yard away
Yes.
from him and did it. So I didn't think it should have been. That
I
was
hate
weird.
when you try to legislate all of this. I mean, okay, if it results in a fight, that's when you start kicking guys out. But you don't do it you don't throw a flag on that.
It's a passionate game played by guys who have to get themselves to a level of ferocity to play a game that's damaging your body every play you play it. You can't judge how they're going to react in situations like that. He made a play for a tackle for loss and got excited.
Yeah.
He's playing a really, really physical game. It doesn't make any sense.
This is as close as we can have to combat without people dying. That's the kind of mentality it takes to play at this level. To play the game of football, you have to take yourself to a spot that's as close to being a combat soldier without murdering.
Yes, you're taking yourself to that point. You got to get that fired up, and you're in the heat of battle, and you're saying he can't flex? Who cares?
Didn't make sense.
Nobody cares.
No, they really don't.
We don't care. None of the fans care. The other team doesn't care. Nobody cares except for you in New York. That's it.
Here is Ryan calling us up on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, 402-951-1620. Ryan, good afternoon. You're on with John and Michael. It's Football Friday.
This is Brian.
Hey, Brian.
What's going on, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, right?
Michael.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right, but I'm gonna clarify the whole incident. You need to go back and watch that replay. First thing I noticed was Ferguson. Jalen Carter was talking to Ferguson. Ferguson head was looking over at him. And that's when Dak Prescott stepped out of his team huddle to confront him. Like, you're not talking to my teammates, spitting the direction, hit the grass. And what Jalen Carter did, in my opinion, where I'm from, if you do what he did, you'd be looking to pick him up somewhere down at the morgue, because you don't do that to people.
Well,
Okay,
but if you spit in someone's direction, it doesn't matter if you hit them. That's an insult.
No,
Spitting at somebody is an insult. And Jalen Carter didn't hit. But I said that Jalen Carter's crazy. We know that.
I heard you, but I ain't never heard nobody say, I done heard spit on people. If you spit on me, you get your you-know-what kick. I ain't never heard nobody where I'm from say, you spit at me in my direction, we going to be fighting. I ain't never heard that.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard that.
That's the way it used to be, man. If you slap somebody or if you spit at them, then it was time to have a duel.
Yeah. Make contact with me, that's one thing. But all he did was just egg you. He shouldn't have. First thing, he should just stay in his huddle. Should have went on his line of scrimmage. Should have said nothing to the team at all.
That is a good point, Brian. Is
I think he was originally heading back, and then he turned back.
Right, but it's kind of like that. The scene in The Untouchables. You bring a knife, they bring a knife, you bring a gun.
Yeah.
You put one of his in the hospital, you put one of theirs in the morgue.
Yeah.
Normally, if someone spits at you and you think you're being spit at, the retaliation isn't a retaliatory spit. It is a fist to the face.
Yeah, and he knows he can't do that. That'll get kicked out too.
Right, but I'm saying, it was kind of weird the way it kind of unfolded there. Brian, appreciate it, man. Have a good weekend.
All right.
It was one of those situations where, and I don't think people understand, because we don't have the rivalries like we used to have, because guys are friends at same agents. But you got to remember, Philadelphia and Dallas have hated each other since the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a passionate hate.
The
two cities hate each other. The players hate each other. They bring it up after they leave. We talked about this before. You remember what happened in 78 with going down at the end of the season, where, you got to figure out what's going to happen in terms of going to the playoffs and playing games. And
1980.
Yeah, 1980. So you have that situation, right? So they've always been this way. So at the beginning of the game, the officials have to get control of the game and say, hey, we're not going to take it. I know you guys hate each other. We're going to control this. And I don't think the officials did a very good job.
Well, obviously, because guess what? That was only the first thing, and you had several scuffles right on up to the end of the game.
Yeah, it continued. So I don't think they did a very good job of handling it and explaining what was going to happen to people.
Yeah.
So
402-951-1620. That is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can also email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Michael at 1620thezone.com.
Really?
I thought you had them.
I haven't had an email in years.
Oh, never mind.
Not that I know of.
Don't email Michael then. Speaking of rivalries, we were talking about Missouri a little bit earlier. John writes, I absolutely despise those mouth-breathing, toothless cousin Mariers from Missouri.
It was a good rivalry, man. It was
a great
rivalry. I was sad when Nebraska left the Big 12 because, one, this is selfish. I like to drive to Iowa State. I like to drive to Kansas. I like to drive to Kansas State. They were easy. I like those. Even Colorado, everything was easy. And then all of a sudden we're like, you got to drive to Columbus. You got to drive to East Lansing. That was what I was selfish about. Plus, the rivalry with Missouri was great. It was really fun.
Yes, it was. All right, when we come back, why is this the beginning of a Pepe Le Pew special? And we've got some NFL games of the week, including tonight. Don't forget, you'll be able to hear the Mitch call of the Chiefs and the Chargers over on News Talk 1290. We got a lot of football today on the stations of NRG Media Omaha, the stations of the zone. We've got the Storm Chasers. That's not football, but the Storm Chasers on Coil. High school football tonight on the Zone, and Chiefs Chargers on the Zot.
You know what high school game it is?
It does not say on here.
It's Millard South and Millard West.
Millard South, Millard West.
Talking about a rivalry.
There you go.
There you go.
No spitting, kids.
Please don't do that.
No spitting, please.
Please don't spit.
We'll continue with more of the Grum right after this on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, you can go to 1620thezone.com right now. Get yourself registered to win a pair of season passes to Vala's Pumpkin Patch. It is Nebraska's premier fall activity. That's not related to Nebraska football. You can go register right now, win a season pass. That means you can go as many times as you want during their season at 1620thezone.com. John and Michael with you, and Joey producing today, as both Josh and Nick are away. We were talking about this morning when I was over on Jack's show on the Friday tailgate on KLIN. We've got back-to-back.
My boy Nate Rohr.
Back-to-back games with Akron and Houston Christian.
Yes, sir.
And we got into the conversation of, is this the worst in terms of level of competition? Back-to-back non-conference game that we've ever seen. And so we started to kind of spitballed a little bit on the air, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to sit down. I'm going to look at it.
Right.
I'm going to go back to 2000, the year 2000, because really before that, Nebraska was playing a lot of power conference teams in the non-conference, especially back in the 80s, but even into the 90s, a lot of power conference teams. Didn't see a lot of FCS schools. So using the Sagarin ratings, which is the easiest to look up going back to 2000,
right?
Using Sagarin, we were able to determine if this is the key, if the Akron and Houston Christian rankings hold, this would be the worst Sagarin ranked back-to-back Husker opponents since 2000. Akron right now in the Sagarin is 175. Houston Christian is 233. It is combined 50 spots worse than the next nearest bad back-to-back opponents, and that was 2006. Louisiana Tech was 157. Nicholls State was 201, so we're a total of 358.
Who played on either side of when Bethune-Cookman came here in 18?
That Minnesota was
One
before
side.
it because that was Frost's first win, and then might have been Ohio State that was after.
Because I mean, anybody plus Bethune-Cookman is pretty bad. Because Bethune-Cookman is the worst team to ever play in the stadium.
Yeah. I did not look up Bethune, and I was using just back-to-back non-conference.
Yeah, sure, I get it.
So, yeah, this is easily the worst. Now, there was a season, this was 2014, Bo's last year, 3 games back-to-back, Florida Atlantic, McNeese State, and Fresno State.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All of those teams were in the hundreds. Even those 3 teams together came to 399, which is still worse than the total of Akron and Houston Christian going into these next 2 weeks.
The difference is none of those teams beat anyone 69-0 like Houston Christian did last week.
Yeah, but did you
They
see?
won 69-0, John.
You,
I don't care if you're playing against
see,
dead people. They scored 69 points.
I mean, that's nice, but
69.
According to Bill Conley, who rated every team in college football, that team was like 722nd
Arkansas
in the
Baptist?
country. Yeah,
that's my guy.
722nd or something ridiculous like that.
They scored 14 in the first.
I'm going to go ahead and say they were basically playing dead people.
28 in the third, and they just, what the hell, 21 in the fourth quarter. They won 69-0, John.
I mean, it is very possible that some of the players that were on that, what is it, Arkansas Baptist team?
Arkansas Baptist, will change their name, I believe. I believe that used to be
were actually employees at the CVS that's right outside the stadium.
That is right there. I thought it was a Walgreens.
No, it's a CVS.
It's a CVS. I thought it was a Walgreens.
Yeah, it's a CVS.
Yeah, right across the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, right outside. I mean, you can literally see it from the stadium.
They have a guy, a Houston Christian. His first name is spelled XAI apostrophe Sean. XAI apostrophe
Zayshawn.
Sean. Zayshawn.
Is it Zayshawn?
He had 175 yards and 4 touchdowns. You be dogging on Houston Christian, man. They scored 69 points.
They're 233rd in the country.
Underrated.
I think Zayshawn's going to have some work cut out for him.
All right. You say that now. Zayshawn wins like the 1AA Heisman because of Nebraska. I think they're off this week, too. I can't find them playing this week.
Oh, so Nebraska's catching them off a bye.
I can't find them. Maybe they are, but I can't find them in my schedule.
What did you think? I don't know if we still have the cut saved, but what did you think of Matt Rule? He was asked about it earlier this week. He was asked about, playing FCS teams, with the SEC going to 9 games.
Yeah, I think he kind of misunderstood the question, because they play in Eastern Kentucky this week. I think the question was being asked basically saying, do you think we should get rid of all of them as a conference because of the power structure now?
Correct.
With the new rules that the SEC and everybody's agreeing to, right? I think and then he thought about it immediately as well. If we cut them off, we're no longer helping out those schools to be able to get the money they need to make budget.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the point from the question. But I thought it was understandable what he's saying, but that's not the point of the question. The point of the question is, if you play an FCS school and some other school doesn't, and you get to the new way of adding things up, you're not going to get picked to go to the playoff.
Right.
You're gonna drop way down. So that's the guy was asking. Who was that? Was that? It was AP. It was the AP guy.
Oh, yeah. It was Eric Olson.
Eric Olson. So, and I understand Eric's question. He took it in a different direction that Eric was asking.
I just don't believe it, especially if you're going to be in these two big boy conferences,
right?
That you should not be playing FCS schools.
You probably can't play them anymore. But I will say this: there's a lot of money, right? We talk a lot about how much stuff costs. It's much cheaper to bring them in than have to bring in a lower level FBS team. So you're bringing in a Florida Atlantic and you're paying them $800,000.
Sure.
You're bringing in Houston Christian, you pay them like $250.
You're also getting paid $1 billion a year for your football product.
I know, but they're pinching pennies right now.
I know
maybe they shouldn't be, but they are.
No, they are. But figure it out in other ways. But I just don't think, especially in the SEC and the Big Ten, you should be punching out of your weight class this much. I mean, this is to me, this is the equivalent of a Class A, like an Omaha Class A school playing a Central Nebraska C2 or C2 school.
Right.
Which I just, no one would accept that. And I understand the whole point of, well, those little schools, they need to make their budget, but
is that our responsibility?
That's not our responsibility. And if the Big Ten and SEC keep talking about, moving further away and, separating from, the Big 12 and the ACC and all the Group of 5 conferences, well, if you're already willing to do that, then why aren't you willing to separate with, I know why, because you want the easy win. You want the extra W and the extra home game revenue.
Right. And to get yourself ready for, you want to be
basically
rested
want a scrimmage game
to get ready for the rest of your conference schedule. And he seemed to admire the fact that the SEC does it later in the year. By the way he said his answer.
Oh, of course.
He admired that.
I mean, it is. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to do it,
it makes sense.
It does make sense that way. But listen, I don't want to see those games in November no more than I want to see those games in September.
Because this is really not helping Nebraska when you think about it. So say they do what they're supposed to do against Akron, and they get up 42-7, and it's the late third quarter, and you're playing your backups, right? How much are you going to play your backups next week? The guys need work. So you want your starters to get good work. They're probably not going to play much against Houston Christian. So the way it's back-to-back doesn't necessarily help you.
Well, these are the two worst.
That's crazy.
If these rankings hold since at least 2000, and I would dare say probably ever. But
you have to go back to where, remember, in 1906 and 1907 and stuff, they were playing the what do you call it? The Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, there was Doan.
They played the Boys and Girls Club, playing the Boy Scouts. I mean, they were playing some really interesting groups in there. I'm serious. I'm not joking, man. One of the first games ever they played, wasn't it against the Boys and Girls Club or something?
It was Doan.
They played Lincoln High.
Lincoln High.
They played Lincoln High once, but I think that's now categorized as an exhibition. Let's just randomly pick, shall we? Let's randomly pick a year from the aughts. All right, let's go back to 05. That might be a jumbo steam year. Nope, that's a bummy booth year. Here it is. Grand Island, Lincoln High, South Dakota, Knox. This is the year where, go ahead, Jayskers, have your fun. They beat Creighton 102-0.
1902, Lincoln High, Doan, Colorado, Grinnell, Minnesota, Missouri, Haskell.
I think Grinnell and Haskell were in the conference.
I know Grinnell. They scored more points in college basketball in one game than anybody had ever done it.
That's true.
That?
Yeah.
Kansas, Kansas, Knox, Northwestern, and Kansas. They played Kansas twice.
And Nebraska did not give up a point the entire season.
That's crazy. 11-0, not give a point?
9-0, did not give up a point the entire season.
That is
But
awesome.
It helps when you play Knox and Grinnell and Doan. Though I'm guessing the NIL back in those days was probably a chicken and a quarter of a cow.
We'll give you a fried chicken. Here we go. Denver Athletic Club. They played the Denver Athletic Club. That was in 1892. Yeah, you can't forget about the Denver Athletic Club. Those kids, man. By the way, they lost to the Denver Athletic Club 14-18. 4-18, 18-4. They lost to Missouri on the forfeit because they wouldn't play Nebraska because of having a black player.
Yep.
That was 1-0.
Yep.
They lost they beat Missouri. They lost to Kansas 12-0, and they tied Iowa. The final record was 2-2-1. God,
Well,
good old days.
Maybe those weren't such the good old days.
Those were the good old. Imagine getting the games.
The funny thing about the 1890 season, they played Omaha YMCA.
That's
I
the
think
one.
around in November, and then I think they played Doane in February 14th. They played Doane College
in
the 1890 season. I don't know what would you consider that because they played into 1891.
1896, they played the KC Medics. They played paramedics from KC and won 6-4. They played Butte, as in Montana. And then they played Iowa twice. They tied the first time and lost the second time 6-0. They played 2 days apart. They played on November 26th.
Well, think about this.
And you wonder why some of the players were dying back then.
Well, think about this. Travel wasn't as efficient as it is nowadays. They would have to go by train or by.
Oh, yeah. It was by train.
No,
it was always by train.
Stagecoach. Neutral. They both were neutral games. November 26th, tie game 0-0 against Iowa in Omaha, Nebraska. And the other neutral game was 2 days later in Omaha, Nebraska, a loss 6-0.
Oh, well, there was no travel there. The teams had to come to them.
Yeah.
Of course, getting from Lincoln to Omaha took probably half a day.
Somebody told me once, getting from where the interstate is located to Papillion down the old 84th in like 1870 was like 6 hours. Because there was like this big hill, and they said it was crazy the way it used to be.
All right, coming up, we're going to take a look ahead to tonight's game between the Chiefs and the Chargers, maybe some of the other NFL games of the week. If we get a chance to, we'll. If not, after Kent, we'll get back around to it. But Kent's movie club is coming up, talking about The Martian this week. So a lot more to come here on this beautiful. It's a great night for football Friday on 1620 The Zone. Time to tell you about Underdog. And yes, right here in the great old state of Nebraska, you can play Underdog. No having to sneak across the border. The state line to play Underdog, because you can do it 19 and above right here in Nebraska. And playing is so easy. Pick your favorite players that will go either higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. And you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Now, tonight, like I mentioned, you got the Chargers and the Chiefs. So I got myself a little two-guy deal going on with Travis Kelce under or lower than 50.5 receiving yards, and Ladd McConkey going higher than 71.5 receiving yards. That pays you 3.5 times your money. And it's so simple. It's so easy. You can do it today. All you have to do is download the Underdog Fantasy app and sign up with our promo code 1620TheZone. And you score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Again, our promo code is 1620TheZone. Sign on today with Underdog. Make picks, win money at Underdog Fantasy. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Well, you just heard the promo for 1620 the pregame. Michael and I will be there tomorrow starting at 4. Make that part of your regular pregame routine. It's for every home game Saturday. So if you're on your way down to the game or wherever you're going to be out and about town, make sure you can tune us in at all of the usual places, 1620 AM. Also on 1019 The Keg, 1620thezone.com, Zone TV. And next week, we'll be there as well for the Houston Christian game. Go to 1620thezone.com and enter a chance to win 2 tickets. And you can join us at the tailgate.
Week after, and the week after that,
Mm-hmm.
they're home for a long time.
They are home for a while with an idle week in between, but yes, we are here for a while.
I found what I wanted to tell you earlier, and I guess lost. So we're talking about field position, and I was very excited Nebraska won the field position battle because you don't do it a lot. So out of the 35 teams that won, the top 35 teams that won the field position battle, only 5 lost. Texas, by the way, Ohio State only had 3 explosive plays in that game.
Oh, yeah. It was
the fewest in the country.
Right.
Of any
and
FBS
one of
team.
them was their touchdown.
Yeah.
Second touchdown.
Colorado.
Yep.
New Mexico. Alabama and Akron. Won the field position battle, but lost
the game.
Yep.
How many times did Nebraska win the field possession game last year?
I only remember a couple times. I can go back.
So
and
they
look.
did lose it even in losses or even in wins.
Right. Yep. It's just something they weren't doing because one, their kickoff game was horrible. They were one of the worst kickoff.
True.
And then obviously we know what was happening with punts. They had the 2 good punt returns early in the season by Isaiah Garcia-Castanet, and then after that was nothing.
Yeah. And they also had punts blocked.
And they had punts blocked. Yes, sir.
Tonight, you'll be able to hear Mitch Holtis on News Talk 1290. It's the Chiefs and the Chargers from Brazil. Chiefs come in as a 3-point favorite. Of course, one of the big things Kansas City wanted to do in the offseason is rebuild that offensive line, protect the quarterback. So they went out. They got themselves Josh Simmons.
It's ridiculous. He fell all the way there.
Josh Simmons fell all the way down to the bottom of the draft.
Dumb. How did that happen?
So that's who they now have on the left side. But is that going to be enough to save his bacon against the Chargers tonight?
I think so. I think the Chargers are going to take I want Chargers to do well. I don't want Kansas City to ever win, but just looking at what the Chargers did and the way they're set up, I could see them taking a big step back. Will they win 10 last year or 11?
Chargers won 10, I believe.
Watching them and going over what they did and the way I look at them, I wouldn't be surprised because Herbert's never really overly impressed me.
No, they were 11-6.
11-6. I know they had a really good record last year. I think they dropped maybe 9 wins. I think they get handled tonight. I really do.
Really?
I do. I don't know. I just have a feeling about the Chargers. Everything I've looked at, and then getting injuries last minute, losing players before the season starts. Their offensive line, they haven't been able to have a stable offensive line in those 2 years. Harbaugh's been there. I just think that they're going to struggle.
Let's see. Of course, tonight, Rashee Rice, he'll be out.
He's out.
That's the first of the 6 games that he's out.
Yep.
A rookie wide receiver we talked about during our segments with Mitch, Jalen Royals.
Yes.
He's been ruled out. Najee Harris, though, does expect to play tonight.
I saw a promo for that. They were talking about the great games that are on this station. And they're like, and will Najee Harris be able to do something for the Najee Harris? What are you talking? He was 3 yards a carry over the course of his career. Who's worried about watching Najee Harris? Their rookie back. I like the rookie back they brought in that the Chargers brought in, but Najee Harris, come on.
Well, tonight, I don't.
You like?
I like the Chargers tonight
plus the points.
Yes.
And what is it? 5.5?
3.
Oh, yeah.
3.
I think Kansas City handles them. I really do. And I don't like saying that ever, but I think they're going to come out. So the best thing that happened to them was their leader, immediately after they lost that Super Bowl, the next day, Mahomes was back in the gym.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to everybody and said, I need you back here with me in the gym. And so less than a week later, I was listening to a story they were telling one of the players there. They were all back together saying, we've got to fix this. We've got to make up for what just happened. And that's been the whole offseason for them. I think they're going to, and people look at the preseason like, well, they lost their preseason games. I think they're going to come out on fire.
No one cares about preseason.
Well, there are people like the Bears killed them and the Bears players were like, oh, this is awesome. We're beating the Chiefs.
I know.
Yeah.
It's always their Super Bowl in the offseason.
Usually it is. There's a lot of great games. We'll get to some of the previews a little bit later on, but one that kind of is going to fly under the radar. It won't in our house because we'll be forced to watch it. Bucks Falcons kicking off against each other. These are the 2 teams favored to be at the top. Some people like Atlanta to win the division this year. Of course, Tampa Bay's won it the last couple of years, but Tampa Bay -2.5.
Here's something I never say. I love the Falcons this week. Love the Falcons. Money line the Falcons. Take the. They're going to give you 2.5. Take the 2.5. Falcons win this game.
Why is that?
Because Tampa's offensive line is down. It's not going to be healthy for another week or so.
Yeah,
maybe
Wirfs
2
is
weeks.
out. Godwin's
maybe 2 weeks.
And then you got Godwin out, too.
Godwin's out. I look at this. I think Atlanta's, especially if you look at the last 3 games and the way they played offense once they got Cousins out of there, I think Atlanta's going to be able to stretch the field against Tampa. I think Tampa's going to really – they have one healthy, really true linebacker, and it's Levante David, who's now 34, 35. If I was Tampa, I'd be terrified with their athleticism
Yeah,
throughout
he's
the
got to
middle
be
of the field.
35.
Yeah. So
Yep.
I think Atlanta runs away with that game. I do. And I don't ever want to say anything good about the Falcons.
I know you don't.
But I like them this week a lot.
Okay.
I do this pick'em league, and in the pick'em league, you have to, out of the 6 games, to pick your favorite pick, and that was my favorite pick this week.
Another game that's also flying under the radar, but maybe shouldn't, because these are 2 teams that a lot of people have been high on in the offseason. The Raiders are at the Patriots.
Yeah.
Patriots minus 2.5. You get the return of Pete Carroll. You got Mike Vrabel in his first game with New Orleans. New England.
Yeah.
Do you buy into either of these teams having a surprisingly good year?
Well, the better chance of having a good year, I think, is the Patriots as they go along. I kind of like the Raiders plus 2.5 this week. I like the way it's set up. I love the fact that so first of all, Geno Smith is a guy who walks around with a chip the size of the Rock of Gibraltar on his shoulders. No matter what he does, everybody's like, well, it's not good enough.
Yeah.
Does everything he can for Seattle. They've traded him away. Now he's with the Raiders and like, well, they're not going to win because Geno Smith is going to light them up. I know that the Patriots last year had a pretty efficient defense, and I know how good Vrabel is as a coach. I think that give me Mayer and Bauer as both guys dominant in the middle of the field. I like their outside guys. I think they're going to be able to run the ball this year because Genty is a true special talent.
Yes, he is. We found out last week with Boise. They miss him badly.
The guy is a special talent. The Raiders' question for me is with their defense, and I believe with the way the Patriots are having 2 rookies essentially playing on the tackle spot, one of the best pass rushers that nobody talks about, some people talk about, is on the Raiders, right? So they're going to be getting after those 2 rookies at tackle. I like the Raiders.
Even traveling all the way across country.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Of course, it's early in the season, so it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and people forget they actually won one of those games last year. They beat Baltimore last year.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That doesn't scare me. The matchup, I think, on the lines of scrimmage, I'm going to take the Raiders defensive line versus having 2 rookies on the offensive line starting their first game.
I specifically asked about that game because our guest who is waiting in the queue right now is a big Raiders fan.
Well, I'm on his side.
And he'll be looking forward to that game this weekend. We'll see what Kent has to say about the game this weekend between Nebraska and Akron. Evil Kent will be along, but the main reason we have the man on is because it is movie club time. The movie club this week, Michael's pick, The Martian, will go to outer space.
One of my top
stranded on a planet
movies of all time. It's on my list of top 10.
Really?
Love it. Love. I've watched it probably 40 times, probably.
Already?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Watch it all. I watched for a stretch. I used to watch it like almost every day. I love the movie. I love everything about the movie.
Well, I can't wait to hear your review. I'm guessing you're going to have a very positive
It's a very positive review based off of how I love that movie, yes.
All right, Kent's Movie Club coming up next. We will continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the Progrum Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
You know, we have a tradition here on the Elkent's Movie Club when, we're on the video that everyone bobs their head to the music, but Michael is deep in thought right now, probably checking out another line or two out there.
No, I was responding with some stuff on the chat on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the guy. I was saying I didn't mean to say that Max Crosby, and I don't think I said underrated. I don't think he gets mentioned enough with the greatest pass rushers in the NFL. Like, he doesn't have a great odds for Defensive Player of the Year because he's been on a bad team. But Max Crosby is about the most devastating pass rusher just on a down-to-down basis because he's insane. The dude is, and I think he's going to dominate the Pats this week.
Yeah, he goes 100% every play when he's out there, and he's out there every play pretty much.
Yeah. Are you feeling confident about this Sunday, Kent?
Confident, I'm not sure is the right word, but I sure think that in addition to what Michael said before, I think what you're going to see is a Chip Kelly offense that they didn't show in the preseason. They didn't show any of that stuff. And I think that's going to be a pretty dynamic offense, and I think they're going to score some points no matter who they play this year.
It's a shame that the Raiders aren't in the AFC South.
Yeah,
everybody wants to be in the AFC South.
Exactly. So, which puts me in a conundrum for tonight, right?
Yes.
Because as Michael said, I don't ever want to see Kansas City win anything.
Ever.
But I also don't want to see the Chargers win very much. But I guess I'd have to lean towards the Chargers here.
Well, you pick the lesser of two evils. That's all. You just got to pick the lesser of two evils.
I dislike, and I've said this before, I dislike Kansas City less than I used to. Because I have a true appreciation for the genius of Taylor Swift, and because she's around.
What?
Woman's a genius. I don't care what you got. You can make fun of whatever. Musical genius, business genius, financial wizard. She's a genius, and I have a real admiration for her and what she's done. And because she's with Travis Kelce and all of that, I dislike them. I don't dislike as much as I used to because of that. I've said this for over a year.
She's just a fan. She's not part of the organization.
No, but she's a part of Travis Kelce. She's around.
Who's going to be done after this year?
So I have so much. I can't tell you. I dislike them less because I admire her.
Wow. I would not have expected.
I said this for over a year.
I thought you were going to go the angle of, but I respect the fact that Andy Reid, he's a genius and he's rebuilt his career.
He's a poor father. Well, that's what I know about him.
Oh, wow. Ow.
All I know about him. No, I don't like them, okay? But I do really admire her. She's around the franchise. She's a part of the whole thing now. So because of that, I like them less. I might dislike them more. Whatever, how you put it.
All right. Well, this week, Michael got to pick the movie. If you were with us in the last segment, you know how much he loves The Martian. So what is it about The Martian? What is this about?
Okay, so basically, and I'm not going to read it, I'm just going to talk about it because this is a movie I've seen. So what happens is there's a project on Mars where you have an entire crew there. Something starts going wrong with it. It's a windstorm. They've got to leave. Mark Watney, who is the guy who gets left behind, they think he's dead. They get back on the ship. They're leaving him. They feel very bad about it. Then over the course of the next however many souls, because that's the amount of times it goes around the sun, Mars does, they determine that Mark's actually alive because he's kind of a genius and he figures it all out. And now they got to figure out, do they go back and get him? Do they wait to the next mission? What's the best way to keep him alive? How to feed him? All that stuff. And it has some of the funniest laugh out loud scenes in it. Just for that situation, for a guy to be stuck on Mars trying to grow potatoes in his own poop. There's some of the funniest stuff. The whole space pirate thing is hilarious. There's a little line in the movie. Kent, there's a little line in this movie that my wife and I say to each other all the time now because of the movie, where he says, "You effing kidding me?" And then he says to her, "Well, it could be, you effing kidding me?" That line, I don't know what it is about it. I just absolutely love that scene. And the acting. It's filled with amazing actors. Everybody in that. Even and I don't know his name, the Asian guy who they kept making build stuff faster is hilarious. When he's taking now the door's got to come off. No door? The roof's got to come. No roof? That is a great scene. I just love the movie from the beginning to the end. Kent?
What? You hit on the one important thing for me is that it's funny, right? If you just read this setup as a pitch, right? 2 paragraphs, you go, this is going to be a bleak examination of some guy all alone, basically going insane, right? That's where you'd expect it to be. And this goes completely the other way. I think it was in my top 10 of the year that it came out. And having looked at my top 10 from that year, I might move it all the way up to number 1. But
it was my favorite movie. I thought it should have won the Academy Award.
I had Spotlight, which did win the Academy Award, as my number 1 that year. But as far as the sort of staying power of it, I think this movie is much, and it's also much more entertaining than Spotlight.
And the funny about that movie too is, well, first of all, when Spotlight ended, the movie, I remember sitting there. I grew up Catholic. I'm an altar boy. I was an altar boy. I remember sitting in that theater emotionally drained when I finished watching Spotlight, thinking about what happened to so many people. So obviously didn't feel that way leaving The Martian. I felt a little better. A lot better than that. The other thing about The Martian is and of course we listened to the book on tape of the new book that guy's got coming out, the movie Hail Mary. We listened to that driving to New Orleans. And it's the same thing. Every 5 or 10 minutes, something really funny happens, which kind of takes you away from the fact that this guy's stuck this far away and he's probably going to die.
Yeah.
But they keep making, like when he falls through the roof, they both were trying to figure out how to make the rover into a rover that he can use. And he tried to jump and he falls through and they fall through. Just little things like that are just constantly funny in the movie.
And what that also did is it flips that standard sci-fi view, right? Most science fiction is kind of bleak, right? Kind of. And this makes it very human and warm and almost optimistic by the end of the picture, which is, I think, what makes it so it makes us like it, but it's also what made it a huge hit, right?
Yep.
That together with the acting, right? And everybody talks about Matt Damon, which is understandable. This might be, you could argue this is his best performance.
Sure. He had to basically act with himself.
Exactly. Given that he was acting by himself. But Jessica Chastain was at the peak of her form in this stretch. She'd just done that Zero Dark 30, 2 or 3 years before. Right. And she, I know that she went to NASA and met with and, hung around women astronauts and, engineers, and to figure out how to play that part realistically. Yeah. And I think she's just, she's as much the heart of that story as Matt Damon because of that.
Can I sell you on perhaps the greatest scene stealer in the last 10 years of movies is Michael Pena?
Oh, absolutely.
Every movie he's in,
he
steals multiple scenes. He's the funniest thing in Ant-Man. Every time he tells a story, you're like, oh, this is going to be great. And in this too, he's got little tiny things that he says that you're like, every scene, he steals it.
Yeah, he's in a movie for 10 minutes and you remember every second that he's in the movie.
That he had, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right on that. I mean, it did. You just, it's one of those things. It's nice to have it was like an appetizer, just little things, little drops in here and there, and it just kind of helped, move things along.
Right.
A character like this, it's like, trying to center the whole thing around Kramer, right? But that character works better when you just drop it in little spots.
Yeah.
And you get your laugh line, you turn around, you walk out.
You know what the example of that is? Donald Glover. Donald Glover, every second he's in that movie, whether it's trying to pour the coffee into a basket that has holes, or doing the thing with the pen, or not knowing who the head of NASA was, every second he's in that movie, he is dominating it. Donald Glover was incredible in that movie too. I love this movie. I can tell I love this movie.
The other thing that, to me, kind of complements everything else, because we're talking about the human interaction here, right?
Yeah.
But then you throw on top of it, this thing was technically really well done, as in they tried to make it as realistic as they possibly could to what could happen, right?
Yeah.
They don't go out of, but they really worked with NASA and those kind of people to get, okay, this is as close as we can imagine this, right? Mm-hmm. And they did that. And then the filming was, they filmed this thing in, I believe it's Morocco, somewhere where the red
desert, right?
desert is, all these movies, but they were there for 70 days. They were there for 2 months filming that stuff. They really got it to look right. Mm-hmm. And everything. And the one thing, though, I will say that I scientifically actually ruins the movie. There's not enough wind on Mars to do the damage that triggers everything. There's
no storms that ever happen like that.
There are dust storms,
but
not of that magnitude, because there's not enough of an atmosphere to make that happen.
Yeah. So it was just it was an improbable thing that led to him getting stuck there.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I'm fine with that.
But now I did not read the book. Josh has said that this is one of the few things where the movie is better than the book. Was that in the book too? Do we know, or is this something?
I do not know. I haven't read the book.
I plan on going back and listening to the book, but I haven't.
I've never heard of the book before the movie came out.
After we listened to that Hail Mary book, we were like, let's go back and listen to the Martian book to see. And we haven't done it yet, but the Hail Mary book, when that movie comes out, if it follows what the book did, it's going to be incredible, because the book is you're driving along in the car and you're hanging on every word of this book.
And isn't that coming out next year?
I think it's October of next year or September of next year.
Yeah, it is. And the interesting thing, this has very little to do with what we're talking about now, but 20 years ago, maybe a little more than that, Godard had a really hard to watch, impenetrable art movie about Jesus and Mary, only they lived in contemporary times, called Hail Mary, that was so controversial. The Catholic Church tried to get it banned, and they were going to play it at a university here, and some state senators tried to stop it and all of that. And so when I've seen that, it's like, I guess it's okay to have 2 movies of the same title, but boy, when it comes to streaming, you better make sure you get the right one.
Yeah, that's true. You're going to be in for a shock if you don't.
We went to the Dundee to see the movie about the joke. You know what movie I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And it's Aristocrat opposed to the Aristocats. They were people that thought they were going to see the wrong. Yes. They got it. Yes. I was like, that was not the same. Yeah.
You couldn't have 2 different.
Yeah.
The only thing that I experienced that I can quasi relate to. So it was probably 10 years ago. Drew Carey was performing in Lincoln at the Stewart. And of course, if you've seen Drew Carey's act,
he's blue.
He's very blue. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of older people in the audience. And he comes right out, and the first 3 or 4 jokes are just filthy, 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 filthy. And you start noticing these older folks are getting up and walking out, And Drew Carey said, yeah, if you came here thinking you were seeing the guy from The Price is Right, you are wrong.
Exactly.
Wrong place. It was, I was going to ask you, Ken, this is a Ridley Scott directed film.
Yep.
Ridley Scott, of course, has been behind a lot of great science fiction, a couple of them that we've seen here in the movie club. Alien, Blade Runner was his as well. Those movies were a lot darker, a lot more serious. This one, as we've talked about, more lighthearted, optimistic. Did that surprise you when you saw that it was a Ridley Scott film, that it went in this direction?
The first time, it surprised me watching it. But if you look, his previous two movies had stiffed, basically. They were not successful. And this felt like it didn't feel like a cynical or anything like that turn.
Right.
It really felt natural for it. But yeah, it was surprising. And boy, it completely resuscitated his career to where, this movie is 10 years old now?
11, I think. 2014.
2015 is what it was nominated for.
Oh, yeah. 2014 is when it came out.
Yep.
Yeah. So, it's turned him another decade of hit making, right? So, yeah, I thought initially when I saw it, this is one of those movies that didn't come in. Okay, I was seeing the movies about 3 weeks before they came out.
Right.
At that time, which, if you note, most of the hype for movies that aren't the giant movies usually come about 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time. So I had no idea what to expect when I went in there. And from what little I knew about the premise, it was exactly what I said before. I went, oh boy, here's 2 hours of bleak Matt Damon wandering around on Mars, waiting to die, right? And it ended up being something different than that in a way, in a large way, and entertaining and funny, and that was completely unexpected.
Is that the key, Kent, to movies where, especially you're dealing with a singular actor, someone being stranded? Because I think back to the Tom Hanks film Castaway, where you have to have some lightheartedness, or it's going to be a slog of a story.
And it's grim. There are zillions of indie movies like that in a way. And you just, they're good movies, but it's like, I don't think I'll ever want to watch that again.
Like The Room. Like The Room.
Yeah.
That
even to some measure, The Revenant. That
was oppressive. Yeah.
Oppressive. Exactly. And this one, and so I think you actually hit right on it there. The one thing that I was going to mention, because I just ran across this accidentally when I was looking up something about this movie, is you don't think about Matt Damon as a massive box office star. His movies have done $4 billion dollars in business.
Yeah, he's been in some big ones, and that's without being in Marvel movies.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, he's never been in a comic book movie, right?
Right, not that I know of.
Yep.
But you think about, he was in those Oceans movies.
Movies.
The Bourne movies.
They did a ton of movies, especially overseas. They killed overseas.
Yeah, and you just look at all the stuff he's done, and you just go, wow. From Good Will Hunting on, basically, he's I guess I don't think of him as that, big box office star, but he really is.
Hey, Joey, so this was the first time you'd seen it?
Yes, this was the first time I saw it.
What'd you think, Joey?
I thought it was a great movie, and John kind of called back to it. It was kind of like a bit of a Castaway movie from Tom Hanks. Kind of were on your own trying to survive and then work your way into getting back home. The only thing different from this movie to Tom Hanks' movie was NASA knew that Watney was still alive, so they were actually trying to get him back. Unlike in Castaway, they did not know until they found him in the ocean
Right.
4 years later. So I thought it was a great movie. I love the scenery of the movie. I thought Matt Damon did a great job. Some of the funny jokes in there. The only thing that drove him insane was the disco music constantly playing.
Her disco music is great. That's hilarious.
Does anybody in popular film like disco? Unless it's,
but some of that
Saturday
stuff
Night
is
Fever.
actually good. Like Donna. Look, I like Donna Summer. Okay, I'm a Donna Summer fan. But yes, that is
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
There's a lot of good disco. It's just
I Will
funny that
Survive at the end.
she had a lot of disco in there. It was like more like club disco.
Yeah.
Like not stuff playing on the radio, which I understand. But the scene with the Vicodin, that's perfect. When he's like, I'm out of ketchup. Somebody put some crushed Vicodin in it.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, that would be me on the More. That's me right there. That's great. Love him. Glad you liked it, Joey.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's a really good. It's a really good movie.
Yeah, it was
it's fun. Even though obviously the story can be a little stressful, but it's a fun film. And you're right, Matt Damon has a way of making films more enjoyable.
Yeah.
You're for a guy who has not been in the comic book
We
movies
forgot
and done
one.
all of that.
So he is in Ragnarok. He's actually in two of them
Oh.
where he's playing in that play, the fake play that's
Yeah, but
going
he's-
on.
But
During
he's not a star.
no, he's not a star
Right.
in it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's a cameo.
Yeah, it's a cameo. Yeah.
But he just has a way of being in these films and making them better, and it worked. It really did. I really enjoyed it. This was only the second time I saw it because I saw it one other time. So I'm not like you. I haven't seen it 40
I've seen it
times.
40
Yeah,
times.
this was my first time seeing it.
If it ever comes back in whatever they call it, and ends up back in a theater for a show, I would recommend going to see it there just for the visual part,
Yes, the visuals are really, really good.
which are great, and they can't possibly come through like they do in a theater when you're seeing it, 2 stories high or whatever.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is The Martian. And I just realized that with both Nick and Josh gone, I don't remember whose turn it was, but no one picked a film.
Well, I'm doing this again next week. Right?
Oh,
I believe I'm
you
here on
want,
the
you
12th.
want, you want, you want to pick
I'm here
another
on
one?
the 12th.
You want to pick another one? But the problem, well, you know what? We'll have to look it up because we got to make sure it's streaming.
Got to make
somewhere.
sure it's streaming. Yeah. But so
Wasn't there one you wanted us to watch a while ago? Was it Blackula?
no, that's funny. Why would you say black?
I don't know. It was one of the. It was one of those black.
Blackula is definitely a classic.
Yeah.
No, one of my favorite movies. I have several favorite movies, but and Justice for All was one that I had talked about. The other one was Dog Day Afternoon, which is one of my also favorite movies of all time. Those were the two I had talked about. They're both Al Pacino movies.
Did we watch Dog Day Afternoon?
We did not. We did not, and it is, I think, on HBO Max.
And Dog Day Afternoon is. And Justice for All is not streaming on anything.
I argue.
Yes, Dog Day Afternoon is on HBO Max.
That's one of my favorite movies, and it's how many movies did he make? Jim not Caviezel. What's his name? The guy that dies after making the Deer Hunting.
Yeah.
Made 4 or 5 movies. He all got nominated for Academy Award.
Yeah.
Cazale.
Cazale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fredo.
Yeah. He's in that. Like every movie
Yes.
he made in the 5 or 6 movies he made
Right.
before he dies of cancer, they all were like Academy Award movies. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? You know why I thought we watched it? It came back restored either earlier this year or late last year. So I saw it again in the theaters.
Okay.
Like, within memory that I was like, well, didn't we do that? No, we didn't. I saw
No,
it.
we have not. So let's do that one then.
Great.
Based on a true story too.
Dog Day Afternoon,
Yep.
streaming on HBO Max.
Cool.
I'm
Awesome.
putting it down right now so Michael wins back-to-back weeks.
Nice.
All right, Kent, you know what time it is.
Oh,
it is
what time
time to pick the score. By the way, we identified this, Kent. We went back to 2000. This is the worst back-to-back stretch in terms of quality of opponent Nebraska has faced in the non-conference. These two teams have a combined.
Not the worst of all time.
It is.
You can't go back farther.
Well,
we
if
went
you
back
were-
to 1892 when they played the Boys Town kids.
Yeah,
so.
but we're talking in the modern times because remember, Kent, back in the day, Nebraska used to play Penn State, Florida State, Iowa, Auburn,
yeah.
all those good schools. So this
Syracuse, Florida State.
this truly is a couple of Dog Day afternoons that we're going to be facing.
Yes. And for no good reason, I'm going to say 35-7, but it could get way out of hand. And next week, Lord only knows.
Well, we'll save next week for next week, but 35-7 sends real Kent. What does evil Kent have to say this week?
I could see 52-38 or something like that, probably Nebraska.
Yeah, if we got 52-38 this week, this state would fall apart.
Listen, I've already said, don't call big red overreaction if Akron scores just because Akron scored. But if Akron scores 38, even if Nebraska wins, you're more than welcome to be panicked about the defense.
Yeah.
So if evil Kent is right, we got problems.
Yes. So yeah, my question is, am I going to be all by myself in the Akron post game?
Yes, you will be. No, they have Akron Beaten Journal actually covers the team. And I did watch a post game from some guys who covered Akron on the road because they were at Wyoming. So I did watch that. So you'll have somebody in there with you.
All right.
So somebody from Akron is going to come all the way to Lincoln for a night game?
Yeah, it's only like an 11-hour drive, right? 11 hours. Probably.
Honestly, the team might fly him out there just to have the coverage. I wouldn't be surprised if they got him.
That would be nice because I assume that then Houston Christian, I will be by myself.
Yes, I can't imagine.
Well,
anybody coming from Houston Baptist, the old Houston
the
Baptist.
night clerk from CVS might show up.
Yeah.
The night clerk at the CVS across the street.
Yeah.
So I could end up when that upset happens, like with Clay Helton after
Georgia Southern, yeah.
Were you by yourself in that one?
Yes, me and Clay Helton, and I just talked to him, and then he's like, "You want some players?" He went and got players for me. They didn't even have an SID.
That is incredible.
So you were there for Troy, Northern Illinois, and Georgia Southern.
Oh man,
absolutely!
Wow, that's a triumphant right there, boy.
Ken's words have never been more read by people outside the state of Nebraska. Oh my God, what happened?
Yep.
All right, so next week is Dog Day afternoon. Kent, you have yourself a great weekend, and we will see you tomorrow in the press box.
Yes, we will. Fun.
All right. Kent Wolgamott, Lincoln Journal-Star, Kent's Movie Club. And we will continue. We've got more to come. We'll take a look at a couple more pro games, but we got to look ahead to some of the college slate as well.
Sure.
You've got Michigan and Oklahoma. It's a big week for the Big Ten. We still have our keys to the game and our Super Friends Roundtable. Jack Mitchell will join us from Lincoln. That'll be coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Finally, after all the years that you and Kevin tried to get this show on in Lincoln, we're finally going to be on in Lincoln for 30 minutes.
That's awesome.
We're finally on in Lincoln.
We're on it. We're on in Lincoln. It's just not very good. It's hard to hear.
Don't say that about the Zone app.
It's really hard to hear over the air in Lincoln. And also 84th and about L Street. Can't get to all.
Yeah, you know what? More people need my car radio. I was able to listen to the boys all the way from Lincoln to here.
So that's fine. Go over to that area I was just saying, and there's these big transformers, and you can't hear anything.
84th Street in Lincoln, you get it north of town, it's all transformers.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about that one spot, but you guys go completely out when I'm listening.
Well, we don't count that area anyway.
That is true.
We'll be back 1620 The Zone. Kind of sucks. We got our brand new TV in here. Well, I shouldn't say brand new. It's brand new to us since we broke the one yesterday.
Yeah.
And there's no live football on.
Not yet.
I wanted to see what it would look like, because it's.
I think
Look at that. Go up. Go back up.
Which one?
Oh, I thought I saw Dog Day Afternoon. Sorry. It's David's Afternoon. I was like, oh my God. That kind of stuff happens to me all the time. I'll say something. I'll look at there's a movie I just talked about. Yeah.
Oh, we saw that.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, there's no football on right now.
No football on.
Oh, that'll be
sadly.
coming up later tonight.
Yeah.
And
that's what's great about YouTube TV is that there's always football. I can always, every single game that is played is recorded. So I can go back and watch any game that's been played. I can bring it up, watch it again, go back to whatever. I can go over to the scoreboard, find out where the score happened, then I can fast forward to that part. Yeah. Oh my God. It's so much. It's so great now.
I'm just excited to bring my second 55-inch TV into the living room, place it on top of two chairs, and just put on the multi-view.
Well, be careful. Don't let it fall off the chair now.
Why are you putting it on a chair? Why don't you mount the thing?
Because
it goes from room to room.
Yeah, it goes
from
your
mobile TV.
The mobile TV. It's the mobile TV for the weekends.
Well, you're not going to need two TVs on Sunday because you're only going to be watching one game.
Well, I'll be watching the other games, but when
you split your attention when your team's on?
No.
I do.
No, what I'll do when the Packers play, I'll have the Packers on my watching TV.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then the multi-view
goes on the other TV.
Yeah.
Just when the Rams are on, it's one
we
game.
We put the Saints on the big one on the 70-inch, and we put the other thing on the other TV.
Well, if the Packers are in a commercial break, I want to see what the other games are.
Well,
when it's a commercial break, I flip to the.
But during the commercial break is when you have to get up and start nervously pacing, and you don't have time to watch.
I don't ever nervously pace. I don't do that.
I already know what's going to happen. They either
that's because you know your team's bad.
My move is this: if I've got either a team I'm really cheering for, or against, or money on it, I turn off the TV and watch it on Score Mobile, play by play.
Why?
Because they always come back. Always come back.
It's better to nervously pace.
So the greatest comebacks, I've watched them happen on Score Mobile, play by play. And I'm like, I don't even know how this happened. Then I'll go back and watch what happened on TV after they've already come back.
Well,
I've done that so many times.
Well, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll have my main TV, the Packers game, and then I'll have my mobile TV. For what other games I'll be interested in.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's usually how I roll.
And the guys I watch with, the two guys I watch with, John and Tyler, they both still play fantasy football. And so that allows them to be able to.
Well, that's different when you're watching with
that allows them to be watching the other games. Yeah.
I like to see what's going on with your LA Rams, John.
Well, listen, I appreciate that, but
I care about them. I care about
my direct TV Sunday ticket will be locked in on the Rams and Texans, but most of the country, including here in Omaha, will be getting Packers and Lions in the late afternoon window.
Oh my!
Did you notice Dallas on the map? They are watching the Packers Cowboys game or Packers Lions game over the Texans.
Yes, they are.
Only area in Texas not watching the Texans.
I've gone back and forth on that game for the last 2 weeks because I'm in a couple pick'em leagues, and I've gone back and forth. Initially, I was on Green Bay, right? I was on Green Bay. I like Green Bay. And then all the public moved to Green Bay. Now I'm on the Lions.
Only because the public's on the Packers?
Yeah, everybody all of a sudden. Because the trade happens, and I don't even know if Mike, is he playing? Is he even playing at the back?
They say he's going to, but
try to play.
Here's the thing. Even if he's 100% healthy, he hasn't practiced with this team.
All
he does is run.
And the Packers' first 2 games happen in a span of 5 days, and I don't want him. I'm kind of leaning on the side where the Packers should not play him in that first game, just so he gets a little more ready, more healthy.
Yeah.
You don't want to worn him down right away with 2 games going on.
Well, in the Lions running game,
quickly.
though, I mean, why would you want him in there in the first place?
For the Lions running game? Why?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying, but if
he just comes in on third down and rushes,
he comes in third down, that's when you sick him with the run.
Passing situation. That's kind of the
It
plan.
would have to be obvious.
And I understand why a lot of people are on the Packers. It makes sense. You're replacing your coordinators for Detroit. It's a lot to change. The belief is unless there is a special kind of offensive coordinator, Jared Goff is not going to be good enough, right? There's two best times he's 2 great offensive coordinators, whether it's the head coach or Ben Johnson. And that's what the belief is. And they also look at it and go, well, they're down to really running back with Gibbs now. And I just think that the Lions have that ability. And I don't trust Love. I just don't. I know people like him, and I just don't trust him. And so if it's going to come down to the end, I like Detroit at the end of the game more than I like the Packers.
That seems fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about him. I think he's going to be a good player, but everything that was put on him last year, on Love last year, I thought it was too soon. They started putting him like in a top 6 quarterback stuff, and I'm like, he's not there yet.
No.
And then he got injured early in the season, and so it took a while for him to come back.
That injury kind of plagued his entire season because he did not play the way he played at the end of his first season.
Soft
as a starter.
tissue injuries that stays with you. Yeah. So yeah.
Sunday Night Football, Bills, Ravens.
What a great game.
Tremendous game to start.
And it could be for the number 1 seed. Like the first week of the season could be for the number 1 seed.
Well, someone will have a leg up for sure.
Yep.
But this has been a series where, and of course, Buffalo last year, if you remember, in the regular season matchup, got blown out, got taken off the field. But then in the playoffs, got back.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry, back for another year. I mean, here's a guy who's, what is he now, 32?
I'd say probably 32. Yeah.
And we all know what they say about running backs past the age of 30, but it didn't seem to affect him last year. He had a couple of good games, though, last year. He averaged 7 yards a carry against Buffalo's run defense last year and had 7 carries of 15 or more yards, including that 199-yard game against the Bills in the regular season.
This would be an easy pick if the line wouldn't have switched. Because Baltimore's now a favorite.
Yes.
When Lamar is a dog, I think of 3 or less. He's only lost like 1 game in his career. But now he's a favorite of 1.5. And Buffalo at home to open the season. But I love Lamar when he is a small dog. When he's a small dog, I'm playing on him. But I don't know now, being that it flipped. Also, the numbers are, when a game does flip like that, you don't want to follow the number. They say don't follow the number.
In the NFL, when the game flips?
NFL, yeah. If it crosses that line, you don't want to follow it. That's what they say.
And it doesn't happen that often.
It happens 2 or 3 times a week now. You know,
does it happen that often?
So
now?
here's what has happened. You know, and this is funny. This is one of the few things that I think Bill Simmons is kind of funny. But he and Sal came up with the Tic Tac line because of the amount of calories in the Tic Tac.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, lines that used to be 3 are all of a sudden now 1.5. A lot of those 1.5 lines will open that way and flip to the other side. It happens quite a bit now. Used to never happen,
right?
But now it happens quite a bit.
Well, speaking of another line that's short, Minnesota and Chicago, Monday Night Football. Just mentioned Ben Johnson a moment ago. This is his debut. Is all the hype around Chicago legit?
Legit to the point where I think they're going to win this game, or legit that I think they're going to have a good season?
Well, a good season.
I think they can finish 3rd. I said this before to Schaefer. I think they can finish 3rd in the North. Is that good?
For the Bears, it
better,
would be.
right? Yeah.
Considering what this division was last year.
Yeah. I understand that Minnesota has a guy who's not ever started an NFL game. I get that. And all we've seen him is 1 preseason game. I get all of that. But they have one of the best rosters in all of football. So if you're just going to judge it by who has the best roster, the better roster is the Vikings. Now, the question is Jefferson
but they will
okay?
be down.
Is Jefferson
will
okay?
be down.
Well, Addison, I know he's out. But is Jefferson playing?
As far as I can tell, I have not seen anything that says he will not.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, if Jefferson's playing, and the way the Vikings defense is, and the way that Caleb Williams doesn't seem to be able to get rid of the ball on time, in what is the most timing offense that Ben Johnson has.
True.
I would have to go against the Bears, but I think the Bears, I said this to somebody before, I think all 4 of those teams in the North could all finish with winning records.
It's possible.
I think they could all 9-8 or better.
What is their crossover matchup in that division?
Well,
they are playing the NFC East this season,
right, yep.
and then they're playing the AFC North, and then that 17th game will be on the road at the NFC or AFC West. So the Lions are at Kansas City, Vikings are at the Chargers, Packers at the Broncos.
Those are good divisions, though. I can't see all 4 teams getting to win.
That's why I think like it'd be like 11-6.
It would almost have to be like 11-7 and like 3-9-8.
Yeah.
Which would be crazy. It'd be nice to see.
It's hard to argue against the other teams. I mean, you know what the weak spots are for each of the teams, but they're all much better than a lot of the other teams that have weak spots.
Yeah, anybody could come out of that division.
Yeah, right.
Coming up next, we'll flip gears and we'll talk about tomorrow's college slate. It's a big weekend, a prove-it weekend for the Big Ten Conference. We'll explain why. Also still to come, we'll have our Super Friends Roundtable. Jack Mitchell will join us from Lincoln. We'll get you your keys to the game, our predictions, and it's One Beer Friday in 15 minutes, brought to you by Cross Strain, the official brewers of the official craft beer of the Huskers. Cornhusker Crusher on sale tomorrow at Memorial Stadium, 1620 The Zone. Hey, how you doing? Sorry. Off-air conversation brought on air. John and
People are
Michael with
polite,
you.
John. That's Nebraska nice, man. Nebraska nice.
We need to, you know what? We're going to do this. I want to make this a new rule. We're going to take a lesson from last week's big red overreaction. We couldn't do it because we had the delay, but this year the challenge for the callers. And remember, I'm the one that loves you. Josh is the one that just wants to read your text messages. I want to hear from you, but no more asking how we're doing. Just when we say, "Hey, Tom, you're on. What's on your mind?" Just go right into it. Don't even worry about saying, "How are you guys?" Just assume that Josh is good and just assume that Matt is good and just go right into the call.
Was it Tony Bruno that if you asked how you're doing, he would hang up on you? It was one of the guys I used to listen to over, and I think it was Tony Bruno.
Could have been.
That was like, he never wanted you to ask that question. Just get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're like that. Okay.
I mean, we're already on the air. You can hear it. And
We're
you can
fine.
tell in the voices of the hosts, if they're grumpy or not.
Depends on the result of the Husker game. If it's good, it's a good day.
Exactly.
If it's bad, it's going to be miserable.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on how the other calls go.
Yeah. It's fine. There's times where a game goes well and people are still miserable.
That's true.
Yeah.
So 3 big games tomorrow
Yeah.
that impact the Big Ten Conference. While there's only one game, and we all know what it is, Michigan and Oklahoma, that's between ranked teams, there are 3 opportunities for the Big Ten Conference going on the road, all single-digit point spreads. In one of the cases, Illinois, which we'll talk about next, that they're favored. But this is an opportunity for the Big Ten in a year where there's not a lot of cross-pollination. There's not a ton of these, opportunities against other Power 4 schools. After the big win picked up last week by Ohio State over Texas, you got Illinois going to Duke. You've got Iowa going to Iowa State. And you got Michigan going to Oklahoma. Illinois is a 2-point favorite against Duke.
Only 2? It's moved to 2?
It was
3.
3. I think, maybe I did. Maybe I
been
missed.
locked in at 3.
Yeah, I think I misspoke there. 3-point favorite, Illinois at Duke. This game, I became a big Darian Mensah fan. Was it last year when he was at Tulane?
Oh, yeah.
Against Kansas State.
Yep.
And now he is the Blue Devil quarterback.
Yes, he is.
And you got him at the helm. What difference could that make for the Blue Devils against this? Well, it's kind of a rebuild Illinois defense, right? From last year.
Well, they had I think this is right. The 15 of their 22 starters are back total, the whole team.
Yeah. Okay.
They lost 2 wide receivers, so maybe 3 off the defense.
Okay, maybe I was thinking someone else.
But so this is the interesting. So now it's 2.5. So the latest is 2.5. Illinois by 2.5. Here's the interesting part about it is Illinois obviously had a great year last year, right? We talked a lot about how, and I hate to use the word lucky, but if you go by some of the lucky stats, a lot of their wins were like that. They got a lot of breaks. If there was ever a time where they struggled, it was when there was against a better defense, a better team, right? So they obviously struggled against Oregon, and they struggled against Ohio State or Penn State, one of those 3. I can't remember. But if you look at them and what they do as an offense, they can run the ball, right? I think Duke's run defense is going to be pretty good. So it's going to be on the back of having to throw the ball. Not having those 2 receivers from last year. Right now, it's all open. I think they had something like 10 targets last week in the game. I like the fact that I think Duke's going to get pressure. I love Mensah getting out of the pocket and making them chase him around. I like that a lot. I think this is a field goal game. I think this is a special teams game. Whatever team makes plays on special teams, I think ends up winning this. And I just think that with them winning 5 games last year that were 1-score games, I think it kind of switches up, and this is a game they lose a close game to Duke, at Duke.
Something I saw on Pro Football Focus today. So Illinois loves man defense.
Yes.
And last year, Illinois' man defensive rate was like 53%. Last week against Western Illinois, they used man coverage on 80% of the snaps. And Illinois last year, when they were in man coverage, they were one of the top teams in the country in coverage grade and EPA per pass. Duke, on the other side, was 50th in the country against man. Now, that was last year.
Yeah.
Now you've got Mensah. And remember, man coverage is an advantage to a mobile running quarterback.
Yeah, because their back is to you.
Because their back is to you. They're watching the receiver. They're not sitting back in zone, just kind of watching guys and keeping their eyes in the backfield as well. So I think Mensah using his feet could be a big factor in this game. And I wonder if Illinois will switch it up a little bit more often, especially if Mensah gets outside contain and starts to get loose.
Yeah, this is one of those where it's more of an analytics thought to me that you look at what Illinois did last year. You think that's going to be regression. I do like the idea of that 2.5 at home. A lot of times when you see a home team as a 2.5 point or even more up to 4 dog, a lot of times I will take the dog. That's just kind of the numbers the way I play it.
Yeah.
And everything I've seen so far this week, this is another one of those games where it's pros versus Joes.
Mm-hmm.
There's public, Illinois, 12th ranked or whatever else. And then the other side where you see the pros, a lot of them are on Duke.
The other game we mentioned, and it's El Asico, Iowa at Iowa State.
What is that El Asico?
Someone gave it that nickname because apparently there's some famous soccer match. It's a rivalry called El Clasico.
I got it.
Drop the C. It's El Asico.
I got it. Okay. I got it.
But Iowa State comes in, a lot of momentum. They've looked good in 2 games this week. Iowa, not sure how many of you saw some of that game last week. It was hit or miss. I mean, it was eerily typical Iowa, but those who thought, hey, new quarterback, better throwing game, you thought you were going to see a new look Iowa, it looked like every other Iowa game of the last 5 years.
Dude, everybody brings up what Gronowski did. They had 360 yards rushing.
Right. It was an Iowa game.
Yeah, but that's even more of that is an Iowa game times 5. They had 310 yards rushing in the game. Majority of that was out there starting running back because he got hurt early.
Mm-hmm.
So the backups did that. Yeah, they didn't throw the ball well. They didn't have to. Everybody's criticizing them because they still didn't throw the ball. This kid is going to play well. If you look at him over the last 3 years, he's played well. He can throw the ball. He's not going to have that kind of game unless they decide they're just going to run the ball. And that's what they did. I like Iowa here. I do.
Really?
I like Iowa a lot here. I think, the good total. What's the total now? Down to like 39? What's the total?
I don't have the sheet right in front of me here, but
the total is, God, it's not up.
I got 43.5.
Okay, something happened because it got removed off this line. So, there it is, 43.5. So this game, I believe 7 of the last 8 years has gone under.
I'm surprised there was even an over in there at some point.
I'm getting 3. Well, the number keeps dropping. I think 1 year was 36. I'm getting 3.5. This is the kind of game Iowa wins. I have to say, I got Iowa. Give me Iowa.
Well, we'll have more in predictions coming up, but
give me Iowa.
Another opportunity for the Clones, who, by the way, have not beaten the Hawkeyes in over a decade in Ames,
which is crazy to think about. And then last year's game was 20 to 19. So
one on a field goal. Yeah. And then, of course, it's Michigan and Oklahoma.
Ooh.
Both of these teams, great blue blood programs, had disappointing seasons last year. Now, one guy not on the hot seat. The other guy is on the hot seat, Brent Venables. But you've got that Brent Venables defensive mind against a freshman quarterback playing just his second game.
First on the road.
And first one on the road. And last week, I didn't get a chance to see a lot of the Michigan game.
He threw the ball really well. He
yes.
did. He was impressive.
He did not run it a lot, but I don't think that was more by design. I wonder if they're going to have to get a little more creative with him tomorrow.
Yeah, if you wonder what kind of runner he can be, I pulled up his high school numbers. I was going through after everybody talked about being worried about Nebraska going against rushing quarterbacks. He had 66 rushes for 745 yards, which is 11.3 playing in high school. And, of course, he had only 2 rushes in week 1. So, I mean, he's obviously mobile enough to run. I don't think he wants to run.
Mm-hmm.
I think he thinks of himself as a pocket passer. He's going to stand in there. The question I have is, will Michigan be able to run the ball enough to protect him? Because Venables is going to be sending all kinds of blitzes on him, trying to confuse him. If they can run the ball on Oklahoma, and Oklahoma didn't look great last week. They didn't look fine. They didn't look great. Not as good as I thought they would look. But if they cannot run the ball against Oklahoma, I think Michigan's in trouble.
Some of the numbers by true freshman quarterbacks against a Brent Venables defense, there have only been 2 who have posted 80-plus PFF grades in the last decade plus. And it's he makes life difficult on freshmen.
Oh yeah,
Makes life very difficult on freshmen. The other side for Oklahoma, John Mateer, he's some of his numbers. So last year when he faced a standard rush, his passing grade was solid. He averaged nearly 10 yards an attempt. When facing a blitz, the passing grade went down, but his rushing grade went up.
Sure.
So what does Wink Martindale decide to do to counter? Mateer, I think, only missed like 6 passes last week. I think he was like 30 of 36, almost 400 yards. Now, granted, it was a lesser defense, but
what worries me about him at times is that, off-platform throws, the new thing everybody has to do because Patrick Mahomes does it. He does that sometimes, and he puts himself in a bad spot. I know he had a number of turnover-worthy plays last year because of that. As long as he stays under control and doesn't try to win the game himself, I think they'll be fine. But there's times where he will try to do that.
Yeah.
And put himself in a bad spot and get off platform. And, because they all want to do that now.
We'll get our picks coming up in about 30 minutes. But coming up next, we'll take a look at some of the betting trends regarding Nebraska's game tomorrow against Akron and keys to the game. And at the bottom of next hour, we'll be joined by Jack Mitchell as we will simulcast with his show, Drive Time Lincoln, for the last half hour. So we'll do a Super Friends Roundtable all coming up as we're getting you counting down to kickoff. In fact, we've got some Friday night games coming up here in a little bit. And of course, tonight, Chiefs and Chargers. You'll be able to hear it over on News Talk 1290. The Happy Hour brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing, sponsors of One Beer Friday, and the all-new Cornhusker Crusher, the official craft beer of the Huskers, begins next on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
We probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink? Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was nope? It was one beer. Friday.
Hang on. Didn't have it. Here we go. There it is. The official craft beer, the Huskers. That didn't quite sound like the official craft beer, the Huskers. But it's a Coke Zero, and it's good too. But official craft beer, the Huskers. Corn Husker Crushers on sale tomorrow at Memorial Stadium. Cross Strain Brewing Company presents One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone. Your opportunity to win $25 gift card from Cross Strain. All you have to do is take a picture of what you're drinking. It could be a Coke Zero. It could be an iced tea. It could be a Cornhusker Crusher. It could be any beer. Could be anything. Could be a bottle of water. Send a picture. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send it to us, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, and we will pick one at random, and you will win $25 to Cross Strain Brewing, where you could pick up your own Cornhusker Crusher. Still not available in stores. They have a few available at their two locations because they have been working overtime to make sure they have plenty of beer in the stadium for the debut of alcohol, legal alcohol in Memorial.
Tell me about it.
How many beer over at Memorial Stadium? About 121,000.
121,000.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Tell me about it. Is it like a lager?
It is a.
What's it taste like?
You want to?
No, I don't.
Oh, that. I thought you did taste.
No, I haven't had a drink since 2002. I've never even tried it.
Okay.
Alcohol.
It's a wheat ale, so it's a lighter beer, and it's got a little citrus notes in it.
Okay.
It's not.
I remember those. It's not heavy. It's like a day beer.
Very much so.
What's the percentage on it?
5.6.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not quite
5.6.
Oklahoma, but
nope, not quite. But
Okay.
Cornhusker Crusher.
got a great name.
It's a great name, and it's the only beer that has Herbie on the can. Officially licensed Herbie on the can. And if you notice, he has an orange in his pocket
because it has citrus.
Now,
is this the Herbie that is hated by several people that are on this show, on this network, or no?
Well, Gary
Is this
just
the
hates
good one.
He hates
The new one.
He hates the mascot costume. He
Yes.
doesn't hate the mascot drawing. He hates
Okay.
the mascot costume.
because the hat comes off.
Well, and it looks
spooky.
It needs to be a little more robust.
Oh, you want him to be fatter?
Well, I
He's in
mean,
too good a shape?
Herb is by
Yeah.
nature. He's a jolly man with a beer belly.
Well, didn't your boy make him more in shape?
Yeah, metrosexual Herbie, and it was disgusting. It was the dumbest makeover ever. I mean, people got crazy about Cracker Barrel. They should have got more crazy about metrosexual Herbie.
Matter that Herbie, or when they put the stripes on the pants in 2002. That's the year I moved here, and I swear to God, I was like, "Why are people so angry?" I had no idea what was happening. I was so clueless. I was like, "What are you mad about?"
It was at the beginning, I didn't hate them,
and then they came all over the side too, didn't they?
Yes,
That was just, people hated those.
and then they went to Penn State and they lost in those things, and it's like, get that crap out of here.
We were in Albuquerque for Balloon Fiesta when that game played, and we were watching it, and my wife's like, "Oh, they're getting killed." I'm like, yeah, they should throw the flag out for this one, the white one. They should just get the hell off the field.
Yeah,
that was so
and
bad.
then they proceeded to do the same thing at Iowa State.
Yeah, that 0-2 year was strange.
Following year. Yeah, that was not good. But anyway, Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain. And again, send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use the hashtag #OneBeerFriday. You must use the hashtag #OneBeerFriday, and we will pick one at random for that $25 gift card. Jack Mitchell will join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll do our predictions coming up. But as it is loading and loading and loading, I thought I had already put this in the system.
What is it?
Loading. It's my betting trends.
Oh, okay.
And series history
there it is,
between
yeah.
Nebraska and Akron. It is the second all-time meeting.
That is correct.
Technically the third.
1906, right?
They did kick off in 2018. They did kick off.
That is true. You're right. They kicked off.
They kicked off, and then a few seconds later, this image, I think I have it. Yeah.
What's his name?
This image,
Hug,
Butch
right?
Hug.
Yeah, he goes. There he is.
My buddy Butch Hug
There
had
he
to
is.
come out and had his arms out and said, nope, game must end right here. But betting trends on this one. First off, Akron 8-29 under Joe Moorhead in 4 seasons. The Zips have not had a winning season since 2015, which is their only winning season since 2005. Now, they do have a win over a Power 4 team and a Big Ten team in the last 7 years, and that was Northwestern in 2018.
Moorhead is the great example of this guy should be a coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
He should be an OC. He should not be a head coach. Was it Fordham where he went to be a head coach?
Fordham.
He just needs to be an OC. When he was an OC at Penn State, it was fine. I believe it was at Oregon. He just needs to be an OC. Stop trying to be a head coach.
He did have a couple of, from Mississippi State, good years there, and then they went out and got Mike Leach.
Yeah.
Nebraska has won 6 straight home openers since the 33-28 loss to Colorado in 2018. That was the game, ironically, after the Akron rainout. Nebraska at one point had a 30-game win streak on home openers from 1986 to 2015.
BYU Hail Mary.
And that's how it ended.
Yeah, that's how it ended.
Happy 10 years.
K Ford says Nebraska 32nd in his power rankings. The Zips are 131st. Yes, that's a 99 spot difference. Nebraska a 32-point favorite over Akron on a home field, according to K Ford, with a 98% chance of victory. So, according to K Ford, take Akron against the actual number, which is 34.5.
I think a lot of people, at least people I've seen in the media, are leaning that way.
Nebraska 34.5 point favorites, total 47.5. Nebraska is 8-2 straight up and 5-4-1 against the spread in their last 10 games, in which favored by 6 or more. The Huskers, as a 30-point home favorite, are 3-7 against the number in their last 10, dating back to 2010. One of those wins was a cover last year. They did cover by a half point against Northern Iowa. And again, the trend is towards the under. The under has hit in 4 of the last 5 Nebraska games, with Nebraska being a 30-plus point home favorite, and in 13 of the last 20.
That's right. That's right. Yep, a lot of unders. I kept talking about that last week. Under. Nebraska is an under team nowadays.
The Zips, 6-6 against the spread last season. They did not cover the 4.5 last week versus Wyoming.
No, they did not.
Akron is 3-7 against the spread in their last 10 games as a 30-plus point road dog. They are just 5-14 against the spread in similar games going back to 1995.
BCF Toys, we were talking about this earlier during the crossover. They have 36.7 to 9.3.
So about a 26-7 point.
Yeah, so just say
margin.
37 to 10.
And according to team rankings, since the start of 2020, there have been 26 games in which the closing line favored the home team between 33 and 35 points. In those games, of course, Nebraska, or the team like Nebraska, won the game all 26 times. But against the number, 13-13, with the spread being covered by an average of 2.5 points. So really the trend says take Nebraska on the Akron side. The trend on the Nebraska side says take Akron. But I think the universal is take the under on this one. So again, the total is 47.5. So you're looking at, about a 40-7 game would be an under by half a point.
Yeah. 40.5 to 6.5. That's your Vegas implied by their total. Yeah. Here's the crazy thing about this game. is that I can see Nebraska coming out and getting into a rhythm and getting up to 28-0 or something like that. I don't see Nebraska putting up like 50, which I think it would require for them to cover that 35. I think they'd have to get to like 48 to be able to do that. And I don't think it's going to happen.
They're just not enough explosives.
They don't. Well, we haven't seen it yet. Certainly.
We haven't seen it yet. And, that was one of the things, because someone pointed out earlier this week, well, is there a chance that Nebraska could, have one of its biggest margins of victory in Memorial Stadium history? And the problem with that is that those Osborne teams, that beat the New Mexico States or, beat the Colorado States,
Syracuse,
they did it by running the football.
Yeah,
but they got so many big plays running the football because normally what do you do when you're up by 40 points? You sit on it and you're just trying to run out the clock. Well, the problem was Nebraska was so dang good running the football. Even the second and the third teamers were breaking big gains.
Right.
So that's why you saw a lot of those obnoxious scores. Matt Rule is not going to have guys. He's not going to have, Dylan wouldn't be in the game at that time. That's a question for you. Who's the second man in? Will it be Latif?
It's Latif. It is.
So
I think the only chance for Gramstad to come in is if it was a little injury. So say there was like twisted ankle and Raiola had to go to the bench to get retaped up. I think Gramstad comes in to take a couple of those snaps.
Okay.
I think that's how that works. But I think if he got knocked out of the game, it'd be Latif. And I think when he gets taken out of the game because they're up by so much, I think Latif comes in. So
the point being that they're gonna sit on the ball. This is not a team that's very explosive. Matt Rule's not a kind of guy who's going to try to run up a score. He just wants his team to go out and execute. You mentioned it. You do want to get your starters in there. What is an optimal amount of time for the frontline guys to be playing?
I think middle of third quarter. Middle of third. Yeah. I saw USC last week pull their stars at the end of the second quarter.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, wow, that's pretty quick. And then, of course, they got to 73 with their backups. So I was like, well, maybe they were right. If it's that kind of game where that you're just going to score every single drive, I would take them over halftime, right? You want the process of going through over halftime and doing a couple drives in the third quarter, and then they come out.
By the way,
I'm talking about just the quarterback because everybody else needs to keep playing. Everybody. Now, maybe Key and Hunter may be away and maybe Emmett, but everybody else.
You got a lot of good freshman wide receivers.
Everybody else has got to play.
Yeah.
A lot.
By the way, the team total in the first half for Nebraska is 20.5.
That's really.
That's what I saw last night.
That is a hell of an invitation. I believe you. That's a hell of an invitation, though.
I'm going to double check
They're
here.
begging you. They're begging you to take Nebraska over 20.5.
Let's see. I got it last night. First half.
They are begging you.
Nebraska by 20.5. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Nebraska by 20.5.
Right,
I was talking team total. Team total for Nebraska in the first half is, it doesn't have it on here. But yeah, the spread 20.5 in the first half.
Yeah, and I would bet that. I think if Akron scores, it's in the third or fourth quarter. It's either the first drive of the game where they go down and get a field goal or something, or it's late in the game when they're scoring.
Some key party. We don't have Josh or Nick here, but key party this week. I've got 4 in the key party. Number 1 is work the run. Work the run. That's both sides. That's both running the football and defending the run. Want to see it better than last week. Certainly would like to see Emmett Johnson. I would prefer to see him at under 20 touches in this game.
Yep.
Under 20 touches in this game. He had 20, was it 20 carries or 25 carries and 10. Well, it was
32 touches.
32 touches.
10 targets, 7 catches.
And 7 catches. So it was 10 targets. So they tried to target him 35 times, essentially, in the game. You'd like to see that under 20 this week. So you'd like to see the backups get in and play. I'll be curious to see. They talked a little bit about Quentin Ives. Will he be back? I don't know. I've said,
he's going to play.
You think he's going to play?
He'll play, yeah.
I think he definitely got to get in one of these next 2 weeks.
He's going to play. He'll definitely play.
Because he is the one that's got the most experience among that group. Number 2, exploit your superior athleticism. You've got it. You should have it on both sides of the ball. This is more like get out to a good early lead. Get off to a good start. No futzing around. First drive, get it in. Second drive, get it in. Get to halftime, beat that 20.5 point line, and then you can pretty much let it coast and get your starters out, get your backups in midway third quarter, but you got to exploit your superior athleticism. Number 3, know your assignments. Now, if there is something about Akron that can be tough, it is an RPO style offense.
Yep.
It's going to put some pressure on those edge guys.
And Michael Johnson.
And Michael Johnson. Put your know your assignment.
Yep.
Do what you're supposed to do, and you should be okay. I mean, they were able to move the ball a bit, and you watched a lot of that game last week. They were able to move the ball. They could not finish.
They had 3 drives, essentially, where they really could move the ball. They had 3 drives. One ended in a missed field goal.
Yeah.
The other one ended in a pick at the goal line, and the other one ended at the 49-yard line. The clock ran out on them. That was their 3 drives. Everything else, I think they only had like 60-some yards in the other drives. I added it up somewhere, but once they had those 3 drives, once they didn't get that field goal to make it 3-3, they seemed deflated. They really did.
And then the final key, treat this like any other game. In other words, be your own standard. Go out and play to your expectation. Don't look at necessarily the name of the opponent. You've got to have the right mindset in a game like this. And I think it's easier when you're opening at home to not get lulled into a false sense of security.
I hope so.
Next week is the one I'm worried about because it'll be the 3rd game. Assuming you're coming off a good performance tomorrow, it's going to be an 11 o'clock kickoff. It's going to be a sleepy atmosphere and you're going to have a lot of folks in the stadium that are like, it's Houston Christian. I'm just here to tailgate.
Yeah.
That's the one
and it's supposed to rain.
And it's supposed to rain. I am more worried about next week in terms of the attitude that the team comes out with, because you're going to have the night game atmosphere. The kids are going to be jacked up. But just go out and treat this like any other game, and you should be fine.
Here it is. They missed the field goal in the second quarter. The interception happened into the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
They'll drive into the game, got to the 49-yard line. The other 9 drives, they gained 92 yards. Essentially 10 yards a drive. That's not good. I think they had 6 3-and-outs.
And again, and I'll add a 5th key. Don't be angry if they score. You can be angry if they score more than 20. But don't be angry at the callers or at Josh and Matt tomorrow.
If they score at all?
If they score at all.
Okay. Because if they score like the last drive, they go down there and they get a touchdown. Don't be angry. But if they line up the first drive, like, was it Northern Illinois last year?
It was Northern Iowa last year.
That came out and just like ran the ball right down Nebraska's throat.
Yeah.
The part of you're like, be nervous then. When they did that. That was not good.
Yeah, you don't want to see a repeat of last year. Because as Matt Rule said, the Northern Iowa performance begat the Illinois performance.
Yeah, very true.
And while you don't have an Illinois waiting next week, you don't want to settle into those habits.
Yep.
This is about proving that you are who you say you are, and that is you're a better, more mature team. Go out and prove it tomorrow. So there you go. There's some keys in the key party for Nebraska and Akron. Yes.
Key number 1, finish the damn drive with an MFing touchdown. Tired of field goals. I'm tired of drives ending with punts. Touchdowns. Average 5 points every time you cross the 40-yard line. 30 points a game. That's Nebraska's minimum with a 5-star quarterback and a offensive coordinator who has always been productive. Finish drives with touchdowns. That's number 1. Number 2, crush their damn confidence early. Come out and give them no reason to want to be there. This is a team that has nothing to live for. They're not going to a bowl game. They're not going to fight for their conference championship. They've got nothing. They couldn't even score points last week. Come out early, crush their confidence. Don't let them like Northern Iowa last year get 0 confidence. Crush them early, get up 28-0 or whatever else. So when they come back out of the second half, they're like, we don't want to be here. We just want to go back to Akron and go over to the old house where LeBron James was born and hang out there. Number 3, watch the Wildcat. Their quarterback, Ben Finley, doesn't run. He can scramble in the pocket. He's functionally mobile. He does not run. But there's a guy named Michael Johnson. And as everybody knows, a black guy's named Michael Johnson. He fast. There's never been a slow Michael Johnson ever.
I mean, I can only think of one.
All the Michael Johnsons are fast. So they're going to bring this guy in. Now, here's the thing. He ran the ball 4 times last week and never threw it. you know in the playbook there is a Wildcat play where he is going to throw the ball. He's going to think everybody's going to come up, stop the run, because that's all I do is run the ball, and he's going to throw the ball. So watch the Wildcat. Keep your eyes. Keep your damn lanes. Backside contain. I don't want to see Willis McGahee, who I like a lot, running up the field, and everybody's going past him. I don't want to see Cam Linhart going up the field, and everybody's going past him. Stay in your lanes. Stay home. Let that guy do his job, and you do your jam job. Watch the Wildcat is my third key. All right. That's all I got.
There you go. 3 keys. Coming up next, we'll get to some predictions. Josh and Nick have already submitted theirs, but we'll get predictions. We've got a full slate of college football. We got a full slate of pro football. So it's all and some props provided by our friends at Underdog Fantasy for tomorrow's game, Nebraska and Akron. We'll do that next and then be joined by Jack Mitchell live from Lincoln with a special Husker Super Friends Roundtable simulcast on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the
All right, predictions. Last week was, well, it wasn't good.
It was bad?
Yeah, we did the post-Nebraska game predictions. Josh was the least bad. He went 5-9. Nick and I each went 4-10.
How did I do? I know I picked Florida State to cover last week. I think I did fine.
I missed the Florida State thing. I wasn't here, but I know I missed the Florida
I
State.
said Florida State would cover slightly, but
I missed that.
I was kicking myself after the first half.
Oh, yeah, everybody was.
All right.
Why wasn't this obvious? This was so obvious.
Here we go.
I'm ready.
El Assico, Iowa State.
You guys are weird.
It wasn't our nickname. Someone else gave it to them.
Is it Connor?
No, it was like, I think it was Deadspin.
Oh, okay.
Many years ago. You said you were going to like Iowa.
I like Iowa. Give me the 3.5. I'll take Iowa.
Joey?
Give me Iowa State.
All right. So Nick joins Michael on the Hawks train. No surprise. Josh and I take Iowa State. Mark Gronowski, passing yards. This from our friends at Underdog, higher or lower. That's their terminology. 136.5 yards. I'm going to say
higher.
Higher.
I got higher. You throw for 200 yards.
Josh and Nick both go lower.
Okay.
Illinois. Now, the line we had was 3.5 when I posted this earlier. So we're sticking with that line because that's what Josh and Nick picked against because they sent me their picks. Josh is going with Illinois. Nick is going with Duke. I'm going with Duke.
I'm going with Duke.
I'm going with Illinois.
Big Ten homers.
Homers.
Michigan is plus 5.5 at Oklahoma tomorrow night on ABC. Josh likes Michigan. No surprise.
Yeah.
Nick likes Oklahoma. Joey, what do you like?
Michigan's going to cover, but Oklahoma wins by a field goal.
So Michigan covers.
I got Oklahoma by 17.
You think it's going to be that much?
I think I picked 27-10. I think I did.
I like Oklahoma. I don't know if I like them that much, but I will take Oklahoma minus the 5.5. Interesting game here. Mississippi State, home dog against Arizona State, defending Big 12 champions. I'm going to take the home dog. I'm going to go Mississippi State here.
I'm taking the dogs. Give me the dogs. Dogs outright. That's right. The wrong team's favored. Money line, Mississippi State.
Something tells me you might have an investment on this game.
I have an investment on
Did not like,
that is one
did
of
not
my
like
money line
Arizona
parlays.
State. Did not like Arizona State's preparation. Go Mississippi State.
I like
So
Mississippi
Nick
State.
is going to lone wolf the Sun Devils. UCLA. It's been a bad week for UCLA. I mean, they did not perform well. The LA Times did a story about the scan ticket numbers, and it's even worse than the
Worse than
attendance.
35,000?
It's worse than the attendance that they announced, including one game that was under 20,000 scan tickets. UCLA is only a 2.5-point favorite at UNLV, who did not impress a lot of folks last week.
I do not like Nico. I don't think UCLA is good. UCLA wins this game. But I do not like under 5.5, just like last year. That was my initial bet this season. I do not like UCLA, but they win this game.
That's a real sneaky night game. I'll go with UNLV.
I wish. I hope so.
Josh is going to go with UCLA. Nick is going to go with UCLA. I'm going to ride with Joey. I like the Rebels here.
All right. I would love to see that, but I wish.
I'm going to go with the Rebels. Tonight, on a game that you'll be able to hear on News Talk 1290 on the Chiefs Radio Network, Kansas City, 3-point favorites in Brazil against the Chargers. I already said it. I'm going with the Chargers. Josh is going with the Chargers. Nick is going with the Chargers.
I am going with the Kansas City Chiefs to beat the LA Chargers by 2 touchdowns.
Go Chargers, go.
I hope.
Wow. I don't know if I like this, that Michael gets to lone wolf the defending AFC champion.
Yeah, it doesn't make me feel good. Trust me.
The Raiders are plus 2.5 at New England. Joey?
I like the Patriots in this game. I think they'll have a solid season, but be very close into the wild card race.
Michael may have changed my mind here. I was going to go with New England.
Oh, okay.
But I think I'm going to flip here. I think I'm going to go with Vegas.
Yeah, I'm taking the Raiders plus the 2.5, 20-19 final.
So that means Joey, because Josh and Nick also picked Las Vegas, you're going to be lone wolf.
Yes, I am.
The New England Patriots.
It's not a bad one, a lone wolf.
The Frisco Niners
Ooh.
are a 1.5 favorite at Seattle. Breaking news.
Oh, what's the breaking news?
Christian McCaffrey with a calf injury, listed as questionable, but they say he will play.
That's what he had last year, was a calf injury.
I think he's had a calf injury since he was born.
He's had a lot of calf injuries. Calf injuries are scary because calves lead to Achilles.
I'm going to take Seattle. Even though I picked San Francisco to win the division this year, I'm going to take Seattle at home.
I picked San Francisco in this one.
I'm going to take San Francisco. I'm not
Yeah,
too sure about the Seattle team since all these changes happen.
Yeah, I picked San Francisco already in this game this week. So
Man, that means I'm lone wolfing the
you know who you're with?
Seahawks?
You know who you're with?
Who?
Bill Simmons.
Oh, God!
You and Bill Simmons on the Seattle Seahawks.
The Detroit Lions. 2.5-point dogs at the Green Bay Packers. Nick likes the Packers. Joey, I assume you're with the Lions.
Go, Pack. Go. Roll out the barrel.
Roll out the barrel.
Josh is taking the Detroit Lions, and I will take my Super Bowl pick, the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, Detroit Lions is who I took. Yeah, that's a hard one, man. I
gonna
can
be a
see
good
all
game.
kinds of things. I can see everything. I can see the Packers blowing them out. I can see the Lions blowing them out. I can see close both ways.
The Buffalo Bills are at home, but they are a dog, -1.5
Doggy dog.
against the Baltimore Ravens. I'm going to flip on this one. Originally, I was going to go with Buffalo. I'm going to take Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I'm going to go with Buffalo.
Nick will also take Buffalo.
I'm cheering for Buffalo. I just think the Ravens win this game.
Now on to the prop bets.
Yeah.
On to the prop bets for Nebraska and Akron. Who scores Nebraska's first touchdown? I'm going to go with the guy who scored the first touchdown last week. Give me Isaiah Hunter.
I'm going for the first touchdown, the Nebraska special team / defense.
What?
Wow.
Yes. Nebraska special
Really?
team / defense. I
We
believe you
will
can get them
accept
at
that.
13-1, I believe. Nebraska.
Oh, that's why.
Nebraska.
Is this another investment?
Nebraska
Oh.
special team / defense.
I don't think we've ever had that one before. Nick is going to take the pick you had last week, Dylan Raiola.
Oh,
Give me Heine. Wild Heine.
Wow, Heine's a great pick.
The Wild Heine's great pick. Josh is going to go with Luke Lindenmeyer.
That's a nice pick, too. That'd be his
pick.
first touchdown, right? Of his career? Did he score one before? I don't remember him scoring one.
I don't remember him scoring one last year either. Dylan Raiola passing yards, higher or lower, 251.5. I'm going to go lower on this one. I don't think he throws for as much because he'll be also leaving the game earlier.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think because he leaves, but I'm going over. I think he's actually going to have.
You think he's going to go over?
I think he's going to have some. They're going to make sure they throw some deep balls, and they're going to have some explosive plays. I think he goes over barely.
I think it's going to be under barely. I think they're going to work on that running game in
Barely
this
over.
game against Akron.
Nick's going to go higher or low or over, as the gamblers say.
Right.
But this is an underdog term.
Yep, higher.
So Josh and I take the lower. Joey's going lower. You guys are going higher. This is my own prop.
Okay.
So I set this line. Nelson and Mosey, the backup running backs, the other two backup running backs, of course, we could also see, as you mentioned,
Connor Booth.
Quentin Ives. But Nelson and Mosey combined rushing yards over under 35.5. Joey?
I'm going to say over.
Okay.
I think it could happen.
I'm going to go higher. I'm going to go higher.
Josh is going to go higher. Nick's going to go higher. I'm going to try to steal a point here. I'm going to say under.
Like if one has 26 yards and the other one has, I don't know, 20 yards. That's not a lot for either one of them.
No,
Or if one has 34 yards, but the other one loses a yard.
That's true. That could happen.
I win that as well.
That is true.
Luke Lindenmeyer receiving yards over under 29.5. This is again another underdog fantasy. I'm going to say over.
I'm taking lower.
I'm taking over.
I'm going lower.
Okay.
I mean, he got the bulk of the work last week. I think that the Wild Heine through the air will get some.
I'm gonna go higher. So Michael's gonna lone wolf the under on that.
Lower.
As we told you, the first half line is Nebraska minus 20.5. Nick likes Akron to cover the 20.5 in the first half.
Oh, okay. All right.
Joey?
I like Akron, but just barely. I think we're going to see long possessions. I think
I'm going to take Nebraska. I think they score on their first 3 possessions.
Nebraska.
It's pointing the wrong way. It's got to be your ball, right?
Huskers.
That way.
Huskers. Right. H. Huskers. Sign language for H. Huskers. Going Huskers.
Nick is going with Akron. Josh is going with Nebraska. Finally, the game itself.
Yeah.
Nebraska 34.5 point favorite. 7.5 is the total. Nick, being the negative boy that he is, only has a 31-10 win. He agrees with the computers. Josh is picking Nebraska 39-13, so he's going to take an over, but an Akron cover. Michael, what do you think?
41-7 is what I picked. 41-7.
I'm only 1 point off in both directions. I am 40-6.
Okay.
40-6 Nebraska. So we both have the under.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, you have the over.
I have the over.
You have the
I'm
over by a
48,
point.
yeah,
You're at 48. I'm at 46.
I got 45-6.
45-6.
45. Are they going to miss extra point or field goal after scoring 7 touchdowns or 6 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to give the field goal kicker a little up there.
No, we'd love to go field goal.
I could add another field goal, make it 2, 48-6.
So the season predictions are 4-10, 5-9, and 4-10.
That's what we were last week.
What you were last week.
That's where we were last week.
Gotcha.
Struggled.
Bus.
But we also had some baseball in there. I didn't hit either of those. So, but this week, strictly football. Josh would be very happy.
Sad Husker fan says Emmett. I believe he means that for the first touchdown.
Oh, Emmett for the first touchdown?
Yep.
It would be his
He says, you guys are seriously think that Gronowski gets more than 100 yards passing? Yes, I do. Because I watched the game.
It was
last
just
week.
one game.
It was one game. It was his first game. They ran the ball. They decided they weren't going to throw the ball anymore because they were running at
now, if Iowa gets another
clip,
330 yards rushing, I'll be willing to go under.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But they're not going to rush for that much against Iowa State. He's going to throw the ball. He will look competent. He will look like the Division I AA Heisman Trophy winner that he is, the Danny Woodhead Award.
That sounds fair enough. All right, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, fingers crossed, the boys from Lincoln will join us. Jack Mitchell will be there, and we will simulcast the final half hour of the Grum, our Husker Super Friends Roundtable, and we'll talk more about tomorrow's matchup. And don't forget, 1620, the pregame debuts tomorrow, live from the Blur Events tailgate. Michael and I will be at Memorial Stadium, 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, so we take you up to a half hour before kickoff.
Let's go.
Make us part of your new game day tradition. We'll be there to talk more about this game and other games around college football tomorrow, right here, exclusively on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The K.
complete attention to detail, our team makes the difference. From real-time competitive market-based pricing on any new Ford vehicle in stock to free pickup and delivery or mobile service, we love and appreciate our customers, and we want to help. We are Zollner Ford of Beatrice, Nebraska's volume dealer with the hometown service you expect.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Every child deserves a mentor. Teammates Mentoring of Lincoln believes in the power of one-on-one relationships to build hope. Be the support you needed when you were young. Give a student the gift of time, friendship, and trust. Be there to simply listen, encourage, and focus on their strengths. Commit to spending 1 hour per week with a student who needs you. Make a difference in a child's life and become a mentor with Teammates. Together, we can create a stronger community. Visit LincolnTeammates.org to learn more.
You're listening to Drive Time Lincoln with Jack Mitchell, presented by Zollner Ford of Beatrice. Reach out on the Hunt Irrigation text line at 402-479-1400 to be a part of the show. KLIN weather brought to you by Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Mostly clear to partly cloudy and chilly tonight with a low temperature in the low 40s. Saturday, mostly sunny and pleasant with a high temperature in the low 70s. Sunday, mostly sunny to partly cloudy and mild. High temperature in the mid 70s. From the 1011 Severe Weather Center, I'm meteorologist.
All right, fingers crossed. Let's hope this works.
Live and local with the issues that matter to the capital city. This is Drive Time Lincoln with Jack Mitchell, presented by Zollner Ford of Beatrice on 1499.3 KLIN.
All right, we are going to be joined very shortly here.
You guys wait.
There they are. Okay, I couldn't see them up on screen. Hello, hello. I thought we would see you on the screen. Never mind. Here we are. It doesn't matter.
Hey, look, it's Jack Mitchell. There's Michael Severe. Are we on in Lincoln? Has 1620 The Zone finally infiltrated the Lincoln market?
It's true. Finally. I mean, it's happened before, John. It was a long time ago, but did happen before, which was Michael Severe's first exposure to me, because that is when you, me, Damon Benning, and Kevin Kugler in circa 2009, maybe 2008, 2009, we did the morning show before 1620 had a morning show, I think. So yeah,
that's true.
Yes, we did.
And Michael had a very different opinion of you back then than he does today.
I think it's the same.
What do you mean? It hasn't changed?
I think it's the same.
This is not new.
If it changed, that'd be news to me. But
yeah, it's always been the same hatred.
Yeah, for sure.
How's it going, Jack? I can't trust the guy's name Jack.
Yeah, well, that's not my name. But anyway.
Yeah.
That's not my name.
Well, as we pointed out earlier in the show, and Jack, this was something that we talked about earlier today on the Friday Husker Tailgate, which airs from 6 to 9 on KLIN, that this is what I have called the Pepe Le Pew special.
You're such a hater.
Well, I'm glad you looked this up, because I was going to look this up today. So you actually got the numbers we started looking at.
Yes, we started looking up the numbers. So yesterday it was here on the Grum that Josh was wondering out loud, hey, is this like the two worst teams back to back that Nebraska has played?
Yeah.
And so I went back to 2000, the Sagarin ratings, which are the most consistent because, K4 doesn't go back that far. SP Plus doesn't go back that far. This was the easiest to look up. So I used the Sagarin rating system, and using the current rankings. And I know it's only been 1 week, but Akron comes in at 175, Houston Christian at 233. As of right now, that is a combined 50 spots worse than the next nearest matchup. And this is back-to-back games non-conference, you got to go back to 2006. Louisiana Tech was ranked 157 and Nicholls State was 201. That's a combined 358. So assuming that these rankings hold somewhat true, and they'll move around a bit, this is potentially the worst back-to-back, worst in terms of quality of opponent, back-to-back non-conference that Nebraska has faced since 2000.
Wow. I was at that Nicholls State game. It was raining. Kenny Wilson had a good game in that one.
One of the hardest games that Nebraska has had in practice because they had to prepare for the standard triple option.
Yeah.
And so they had to practice triple option. And Jay Moore said at one point that he thought it was like they were back in fall camp because they were just worn out by Tuesday trying to play and get ready for that particular type of offense.
So this could be, and I know you couldn't go back, way into the into the annals of history because Sagarin ratings only go back so far. But I doubt there were any in the 90s. I would be surprised if there were any in the 90s. This could be the worst back-to-back opponents Nebraska has at least faced probably in our lifetimes, John, is what you're telling us, yes?
Well, Michael decided to go back into the early 1900s.
Yeah,
and
so
we
like if you
find
go back
Doane
to
and Denver Athletic Club.
I mean, the Omaha YMCA was garbage. No offense to your listeners, but
you're right. You're right about
defense. That. They were a sieve.
They played the Kansas City Medics at one point, who they lost to. They also played back-to-back games against Iowa in 2 days, and they had one tie and one loss, which is very weird.
It sounds like what would happen now.
Yeah.
So in all seriousness, you've got these back-to-back games. What is it that you are hoping most to see, besides the obvious, which is a win? What is it that you are most hoping to see out of these next 2 weeks from a Nebraska perspective?
For me, I mean, it's number one. Like you said, it's win handily. It does not have any major injuries, because I do remember one time, wasn't it North Texas that came in? Was one of these teams Nebraska was expected to blow out? They might have been called something different then.
No, it was North Texas State at the time. That's when they played a yard and a half off the line of scrimmage, and Nebraska had to go in at halftime to alter what they were doing offensively.
I believe both Tommy Frazier and Calvin Jones, I want to say, both got injured in that game, and so they blew them out. But it was kind of like, oh man, you got injuries in both those. So I think that's part of it. And then I think I want some guys that, and specifically I think at running back, who are a little bit further down the depth chart, but are going to be getting in. I want to see them do some things that make me say, okay, I feel good about the depth at this position, where it's a position that we really haven't had a chance to see it yet. So that would probably be the thing. And then number two would be see a backup quarterback, which I assume will be not Gramstead, but the young guy. And Latif will be Latif, and see him and feel like, okay, I want to feel like I'm in good hands with depth to the extent you get to see that coming up. That would probably be the way I explain it.
Give Jack the higher or lower for Mosey and Nelson.
We just did predictions here on 1620 a moment ago, and I set the combined rushing yards for Nelson and Mosey at 35.5.
I would hope it's higher than that.
Yeah.
You hope, but do you think?
I do. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Because Quentin Ives could be playing as well.
Michael, how what's Emmett Johnson? They're going to give him 7 carries max, don't you think? Unless something is going really odd. I mean,
I said it was 20
I think
touches.
he gets at least 10 carries, I think.
10 carries.
Yeah.
The way they were talking, I don't know.
Out by halftime, and then those other 3 backs, and maybe even Connor Booth get a chance in the second half.
But those 2, I still think it'll be 30, because I think one of them will probably break a long one. Would be my guess. Let's hope so. And so I'll go over on those yards for those 2.
Okay,
that's one of the things that Akron did do well. They did limit Wyoming to real explosive, not having a whole explosive play. So.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because does Nebraska get explosive plays tomorrow? And what does we think that Barney's going to be limited? At the very least, we shouldn't expect to see him much. He was been working with an ankle injury that he suffered in the game last week. Matt Rule said he was limited somewhat this week at practice. Says he will play, but I think he will be limited. Does having a limited Barney affect that? Let me throw you out some numbers. Nebraska, last week against Cincinnati, had 11 plays of 10 or more yards and only 1 play of 20 or more yards.
Yep.
Akron, by the way, had 10 plays of 10 or more yards. So the teams were kind of equal in terms of big
over
plays.
20.
Right. None over 20.
Yep.
So does Nebraska get more explosives tomorrow? And how much does Barney not potentially being at full strength or playing a full game limit that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the answer is yes. They'll get more explosives because of the defense they're playing. Cincinnati is a lot better defense than Akron does, and I get it. Akron held Wyoming to 10. How they come, I don't know, and it may be throughout the game. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if they start to hang back a lot, and I don't think anybody would be super comfortable with this. But if you are going to have teams that are hanging back like Cincinnati does, don't be surprised if Dylan Raiola starts running more often, or at least has paths to do so. We'll see if he does real extensively. And I don't know if that's not going to be a 60-yard run. But yeah, I think they are. But how they come exactly, I assume there's going to be a deep shot at some point, during the beginning of the game when Dylan's in. I think that'll happen. I don't know if it'll be a tight end seam or something like that. But I would, yes, expect that I would be disappointed if it was not significantly different in terms, if you're talking about basically the same numbers as you did last week. I would say that.
You guys remember the Big 12, the explosive era, like starting about 2006 on?
Yep.
TCU Baylor games. Oh my gosh.
We're playing in two different leagues, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, we just mentioned Nebraska had 11, right?
11 plays of 10 or more.
All right. So these are Big 12 teams. TCU in one game, 21 of them. Baylor 21, West Virginia 23, BYU 23, Arizona State 24, and Texas Tech had 25 plays of 10 or more yards.
And that was last week.
That's insane. Michael, how different was this defensive scheme? Were the defensive schemes in those games? Because everyone keeps talking about, well, Cincinnati was off. They were playing a shell. They were playing deep. Is that totally different than anyone was playing defense before?
No, I think the difference is that Nebraska didn't break tackles. So when you look at a team like Texas Tech playing against much lower competition, don't get me wrong, they're throwing a lot of 5-yard, 6-yard patterns that are going for 20 yards because they're breaking tackles. Nebraska had only 6 broken tackles the whole game. And I love this line because Nick Saban used to always say it. If you play too high against us, we're going to run the damn ball down your throat. You're playing 3 high. They should have ran the ball 42 times for 200 and some yards, much like we saw with Iowa. If you're going to sit back and try to stop us from being able to throw the ball deep, we're just going to run you out of it. Nebraska never did that or couldn't do it well enough to run them out of it.
Yeah, there were still plays. I mean, sometimes there were holes, but there were still plays where it was just stuffed up on the inside. And maybe that should be more concerning than it was, guys.
Here's 3 plays that they should have gone for longer, right? So the pass to Isaiah Hunter along the sideline where he jumps up and falls, right? He stays on his feet, he scores. Corey Barney, he got hit on the thigh. Yeah. And he went down. He should have scored. And then there's another one a little bit earlier where there's a throw to the sideline. The catch is made by Dane Key. He makes the guy miss. If the other wide receiver over there gets the block, he goes for a ways. But he didn't because I think he thought Dane Key was going to get tackled, and Dane Key ends up getting like 11, something like that. That could have gone. Those are really the only 3 I can think of that really could have gone for a long ways. They weren't explosive, and I worry about that the whole season.
Well, so that begs the question, will we see other teams say, fine, Nebraska, we'll do the same thing Cincinnati did. We'll play a 3-high shell and go ahead, try to run the ball on
How
us.
many of them have a possible first-round nose tackle, though? That makes a big difference. Being able to have a guy in there, and I know he didn't play the whole game, but to have a guy in there who can take up 2 bodies and block and be able to limit a run game is a different thing.
But could a Michigan have someone like that?
Michigan will, though.
Penn State will have someone like that. Maybe even a Michigan State, perhaps.
Not based off what I saw in week 1. I think you're not going to see a lot of guys the size of Corleone. You're just not. I mean, 330, 6'4" or whatever. You're not going to see those guys a lot. Nebraska does have to be able to make guys miss, though.
Yeah.
They have to be able to make people miss.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you watched a lot of Corleone.
I did.
What did you think of him on Thursday night?
When he wants to get after it, only problem with him is kind of like what Haloti Ngata was for a while, is that Haloti Ngata would give you 4 really, really good plays, and then he had to rest. Or he just didn't. He stayed in the game and didn't do the same thing. When he wanted to go after it, he made Evans look kind of tough. So, but he didn't do it a ton. You know, there was obviously there was the one pressure where the throw is off to the side and kind of the ball goes low. That was because Corleone hit him on the shoulder. And then he had another one where he came in and he ended up getting Emmett Johnson for, I think it was a no gain. But that's the 2 that mainly stand out. But he was definitely taking up 2 bodies. If you tell me I can have a guy that takes up, if Nash can take up 2 bodies like he did last year, that kind of thing, then you're going to have a pretty successful run defense.
And I know, Jack, we were talking earlier this morning, it was a little bit off the air, but you wanted to talk to Michael about the offensive line and how things played out last week. Of course, the decision this week is that Gunnar Gatula will start. Now, he did start last week. We don't know exactly how aggressive the rotation will be, especially, and we'll say it when the game is in doubt, because obviously you hope that you're playing some backups later in the game anyway. But I'm curious, kind of on behalf of Jack, what you thought of the offensive line play last week, and particularly at left tackle, and what you would think is the decision to start Gatula.
Well, remember we talked about this earlier in the show, and I was saying that Pritchard concerns me in his pass defense. The way he sets up, the way he moves his feet, the way, as big as he is, sometimes he gets moved physically. That long arm guy, the guy comes across, when they put that arm on your shoulder and you can turn him, that happened a couple times. That worries me. I think as a run blocker, especially when he down blocks, he's really good. I personally would start Gatula because I think overall he's not getting your quarterback killed. He's not as good or as talented as Pritchard is, but I know he's not going to get my quarterback killed. I thought Evans played very well for his first start at center, especially opposite a guy who's going to be NFL nose tackle. Prohaska, I talked about this earlier in the week. What a story.
Yes.
You watch him play. This is a guy who multiple times his career could have been over. Mm-hmm. And you watch him play and you go, how does he actually go out there and play that well? And by the way, he's too tall to play tackle.
Yeah, he's 6'8".
He's 6'10". He's literally 6'10".
6'10".
Right?
Yeah.
You need to be a knee bender to be able to get to, and he's too tall for that. He's got to also bend at his waist. A lot of times they get you off balance. He doesn't do that. Mm-hmm. He had a really nice game. I don't know who he was going against. Probably wasn't going against a guy that was dominant from Cincinnati, but he had a really good game. I think Spindler's good. He's very solid. He's kind of after the whistle guy. And so is Lutovsky. That's what I like about the guards. Both of those guys play to the echo of the whistle. I like that a lot. Probably going to get some penalties, but I like how they play. That was my take overall on the offensive line.
What did you guys think about, how much do you think of kind of the design of the offense, which it was talked about extensively, which seemed conservative? How much of that was design and play calling, and how much of it was choices that Dylan Raiola made? Like, did he have those? Were there options out there for him that he was passing up?
I'm a little hard on Dylan. People tell me, at least. I think there was only about 4 or 5 plays that I thought that he could have done something that would have worked out better. So one of them is obviously the 4th down play when he had Dane Key come open right away and he didn't make the throw. And actually, if you watch that play all the way through, if he stays in there, not Lutovsky, the tight end Lindenmeyer comes open too. He comes over the top. So that play, I thought, there was another play where I thought he had the option to get a crosser early. He waited. He had to come back. The ball was being a low throw. I don't think he had anything deep from what I could see up, sitting up there in the press box. Usually you see guys come open.
Right. And we had a good high vantage point.
One of the highest stadiums I've ever been in.
Yeah.
And I didn't really see any of that happen.
I didn't
see him. And Nebraska didn't really try to run a lot of deep routes.
No.
I think they were worried about the pressure, especially with the rotating left tackle spot. I think they were worried about that. The thing that concerned me the most is that on those screens, or when they got the ball to Emmett, he didn't make a lot of guys miss. And I think that Mosey would be better at that. And I know Nelson, in terms of his explosive, could be better at that.
I thought, speaking of Dylan, I thought it was kind of telling. It was the last drive that Nebraska had to football. It was the one that ended up at midfield, and then they punted, and Archie pinned them down at the 9-yard line for the ultimate drive of the game. But I thought I was impressed anyway. They came out throwing.
They did
3 straight plays, all, out patterns to the sideline, all connected. I think Lindenmeyer had one. I think that might have been one of Hunter's catches. I don't remember who the other one was, but I was impressed by that normally in that spot, you got what was it? 6 minutes to go at that point?
Yep.
6 minutes to go at that point. You're kind of backed up. I think it was after the short kickoff returners, maybe 18, 19-yard line, that they came out and they threw it 3 times in a row. And these weren't they were good throws. I wouldn't call them, they weren't screen plays. They weren't ultra high percentage throws. You're still, he's in the middle of the field. He's probably throwing it 20-ish yards in the air.
8 yards to Lindenmeyer, 9 yards to Key, 8 yards to Hunter.
Okay.
And then Emmett ran for 4.
Right.
Then Emmett ran for 6. And then Dylan threw a short pass to get the first down for 2. The problem was that damn inside handoff to Barney that lost 2. I think if they stayed going downhill with Emmett, they end the game. But once they lost the 2 yards, timeout called, then the sack happens because you have to throw. And then all of a sudden, you can't throw the ball because you want to stop the clock. That play, that one running inside handoff that kind of derailed the
That blew
drive.
up
They
the
had
whole
gotten 6 yards the play before that. They were sitting at 2nd and 4.
Right.
Run the ball to Emmett again. Don't get
Yeah.
too creative there. Run the ball to Emmett again.
At least get you to a spot where you're like a 3rd and 2, and then you bring in Heinrich and you run the Heine push, and you probably got the first down.
Yeah.
Guys, see, when you go over those plays, Michael, it does remind me to play devil's advocate against myself a little bit, who I did want to see more big plays. I was concerned about that, but there have been a lot of years when I've watched Nebraska, and I've watched Nebraska on defense, and I've seen teams, they've got a 3rd and 4, and they always find a way to get a tight end sitting down right in the middle, open in the zone, or a quick slant where the guy's playing off. How many times have you seen that? At least me, and I've said, why doesn't Nebraska have this in their playbook? Well, guess what? They were doing that. They were doing that like crazy. And I've complained for a long time, go back to when the Trey Palmer year, all they had was the deep passes, and then teams would be able to nickel and dime them and get 3rd and shorts. Maybe this pays off in a way for them to be able to do this in a way they haven't in the past, and there is a little bit of a bright side to it.
Yeah, even that first drive, the throw that Barney got banged on, that's what that was one, right?
Yep.
Just a quick one over the middle to get the first down.
Yep.
One of the things we talked about earlier was havoc plays and on defense, and I wondered aloud how much of the havoc was affected by wanting to be a little more cautious of Sorsby and try to keep him in the pocket. Now, of course, he did get away, especially in the late 3rd and all of the 4th quarter. But this was, and I looked this up under the Matt Rule era, I just looked at tackles for loss and quarterback hurries. So it's basically combined pressures. Only 3, which is the 2nd lowest in any game under Matt Rule. The previous low, or the current low, is 2 against Michigan in that blowout 2 years ago. How much of that havoc was impacted by just wanting to kind of mush things up a bit and not let Sorsby get loose? I know it didn't work in the 4th quarter, but I was a little concerned that they weren't getting more pressure in the backfield.
I don't know.
I thought the issue was the loop in. I thought they ran too many games, and the offensive line guys were catching those games easy, including the first play of the game. When Judy gets back, pushed 15 yards back, he was in the game there, got turned sideways and got pushed back. I think they were doing too much game stuff against Cincinnati.
I want to see some guys who are going to be making the plays on the front 7. I still don't know who it is for sure. I hope I know over the next few weeks.
You guys got to run?
We do. I'm out of here.
All right. That's Jack Mitchell. We're going to do this every Friday, where we're going to sync up with Jack on Drive Time Lincoln, and we'll do the final half hour together as they will wrap up. We still have a couple of minutes left here.
All right. We'll see you later.
But we'll see
you, Jack.
There's
See you next
Jack
week.
Mitchell.
All right. That's it for the show.
So we'll do this every Friday throughout the football season.
5.9 yards average to go on 3rd down. That's much better than what Nebraska was last year. A lot of games where they were in the
799.3.
5.9 was perfect. It allows you to throw that little
zone
underneath
or
yard
the
pass
action.
and get a
Nebraska's volume dealer with the hometown service you expect.
Oh, here we go. Second weekend of the season for Nebraska, of course, week 0.
Lincoln Federal Credit Union is proud to recognize.
Don't forget, we're going to start our coverage tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
For the heroes.
Like when I'll be back from
Link One will be visiting
Memorial
First
Stadium, the Blur Parties tailgate for 16:20 the pregame, and then, of course, the game itself starting at 6:30 on BTN. And then Josh and Matt will have Big Red Overreaction. And don't forget, on Sunday, if you didn't get enough, Michael will be back with his complete recap. And you said you were going to be looking at
I'm looking at finishing drive rate.
Finishing drive rate, which you've always done.
I've always done that. I'm looking at Havoc Plus, where you're adding in both the hurries, the sacks for
Yep.
loss, forced fumbles, doing that as well. And then the other one is I'm curious about where they start drives. So are they going to win the battle of field position? That's my other thing that I'm looking at this year.
So we'll find out how Nebraska did. Hopefully they did very well, and it will be a nice, peaceful week next week. We'll try to stay awake next week because it is Houston Christian.
Go James Madison tonight. Go James Madison tonight. James Madison plus 14.5. Let's go, Jay. Let's go, Dukes. Let's go, Dukes.
Want to thank Joey for filling in for Nick.
Thanks, Joey.
Michael, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
At Memorial Stadium. We hope to hear from you tomorrow from Memorial Stadium. And have yourself a great weekend, everybody. We will talk to you next Monday right here on the program. 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Good night, everybody.